Hello, fellow board gamers, and welcome to the compilation series for the Hobbit There and Back solo mode. Now, this is all of my playthroughs that we recorded individually, put into one full series for you, so you can watch it all in one go. And if you're anything like me, you kind of enjoy these type of videos where you can kind of have it in the background or on TV while cooking. And what I'll also do for you in this entire series, I'll break it down in time lapse or timestamps for you in the show notes down below, and so here on the actual screen as well, where you can jump to different parts if you don't want to really necessarily watch the second attempt on any certain given part if I failed, as well as any different individual series pieces that you want to go and jump right to. So let's hop over here to the table, and I already have things set up. I do have my handy dandy rulebook next to me here, so that way we can go over things if needed. Now, one of the things I want to mention as well too, I believe for the first part, we only get 8 rounds to go ahead and get everything we need to accomplish, which I'll go over here in 1 second. Essentially what we got to do here is connect all 12 dwarfs over to, oh my gosh, I just forgot the name right now, bag end. So right over here, we got to get there, but we also want to make sure we try to bring in as much bread as possible to get as many points as possible for this round. Now, there are some swords we can collect that get us additional points. If we can get Gandalf in here, that'll get us an additional few points as well. And the last thing I think we need to make sure is when we get the dwarfs over to the bag end, we want to make sure we also have some bread with us as well too. So we got to track down on the bread. Same thing if we want to bring in Gandalf, we do need to make sure we have 2 bread for each of those guys because they are hungry guys. So let's go ahead and read the little snippet over here. It says an unexpected party. It says Bilbo's quiet evening is upended by dwarves one after another filling his home with song, plans, and mischief. Sounds like my kind of party. They propose a perilous adventure to retrieve the stolen treasure guarded by the dragon Smog. But will the reluctant hobbit agree to go? All right. So we have 8 turns to get all of these hobbits and all of them fed, getting to bag end. So we get 5 dice in this round, or this part. I should be very clear on that. We get them in this part because every part's going to have different components that we're going to be using from this game. We've got our little nice dice tray here. We've got our marker. And like I said, we have 8 turns. I'm probably going to just mark up here at the top how many turns we've taken just to be able to keep track. In this game, the way it's going to work for solo mode is, this is just going to be an example. I'm going to roll my dice, and the leftmost 2 dice go in a pile. The middle one stays in the middle, and then the right 2. And then I get to pick one from these 2 edges, and then the one in the middle is also mine. So I can essentially do something like this. And that is going to be my action for that turn. So as we continue to play, we'll have the opportunity to get hats that give us different sets. So essentially we get to kind of choose what we do. We have directions, we have the bread that we need to collect, and then swords. The more swords we have, the more that we're going to go ahead and get as far as points, which I do need to get the sword tokens out actually. Let's get these sword tokens out. Actually, let me get my my bowl real quick. I got this nice little glass bowl. I love using these bowls. Okay, so what I'm gonna actually do is write down all the rounds because it's a max of 8. So I can kind of keep track. And then I had to have the marker here. Round 3, round 5, and round 7. Essentially, if I cannot get these guys over here, Thorin and Gandalf over to the bag end, then those will have to be crossed off as far as being able to get points with a max of 8 rounds. So that's just going to be kind of like our round tracker here. So, because at least I don't see anything else on this board that indicates the amount of rounds we can take. Maybe I'm missing it, but no worries. So we're going to go ahead and get started over here. So this is going to be our very first round. Okay, so these 2 connect. That's in the middle. And then these 2 here. Okay. So I do not have to connect the 2 corner guys over to the end here to win the game. But obviously if I want to try to get as many points as I can. So this one I do have to take. So I do get a sword. Yay. Where do I want to put my swords? Somewhere down here? I'll put my swords over here. So I do get that one automatically. And then here I could either choose the hat, which will give me a couple different options and directions, or I can choose the automatic direction. So Let's see what works out better for us. So no bread here, right? So like, for example, I think it would be more advantageous for us to take this dice because it gives us multiple spots. This one gives us 3 spots we can go in. So that's going really far, really fast. This one's a T shape. And I'm like, man, I really like the idea of getting the 2 points, especially before I had to cross one of them off. So most likely I can't get both of these, but I can at least get one of them. And I'm going to go with Gandalf. And I think for us, so if we go down from here, from Gandalf all the way down here, we get 2 hats. And do we just use them automatically? Hold on, I had to check that because I know what the hat does on the dice, but if I just connect through it, I just get it automatically. Okay, so I went ahead and just did a quick read. So yeah, when I go through these, I can automatically cross into these and go ahead and claim them, which would seem like a really good idea to go ahead and move down on this chart over here for us. So we're going to go ahead and go down here, and we could, I think, get the bread. So that way when we start collecting our characters here, we get bread. So we're going to go ahead. I know I want to get Gandalf in there, but just in case I need to get any of the other guys in here, I'm like, let's get some bread here. Okay, so I'm going to collect on those 2 breads here. And then, so that was my action there. I got those here. I already got my sword. Now I got a T shape, and I could either mirror it or flip it, whatever I need to do. So if I do the T shape, it would be right over here, which would get me started connecting to some of these dwarfs. Or I can go here and have my work getting started to the guys down here. So, interesting. Well, that was a straight line. So let's just keep going down on here, and then this one's going to go across here. So we're going to have that for our first round. Okay. So now we get to do round 2. Maybe I should have given that bread to Gandalf. Okay. We got those 2 together. This one was in the middle, and then these 2 over here. Okay. So I do like the idea of getting the bread, so we can maybe give some to Gandalf because we're going to go there. This one we get to take automatically, and this one we get to choose. So let's wait on choosing those ones for now. So we're going to go ahead and claim our 2 breads with Gandalf. Let's go and claim the bread. Okay. Let's see. I'm not loving these shapes right now. I need to make sure I touch the outer edges of these characters so that way I can connect them all. Well, this one right here actually will let me connect this dwarf and then start going across. I like that a lot. And I get the hat. These 2 I haven't decided on yet. So this one for sure, which is nice. It's the one I had to take anyways. So I do get a hat, and now this character down here is connected. I don't know if I'm supposed to mark it off. Hold on. Let me double check when I'm supposed to mark on those characters. Okay, so I don't know if I need to necessarily mark them or not, but let's go ahead and continue here. So we get all the way across right over here. So that might have been, not for nothing technically, but might not have been the best. So with this one here, I can also mirror it, which means we can go here and go down and we get a bread. We don't touch the end piece just yet, but by next turn we should be able to, and I need to do that with Gandalf, otherwise I just don't want to get him out on the glory points. Or I just go straight. So the 2. Oh, wait, hold on. That's the corner goes down. So it goes across. And then, yeah, no. So we're going to take this one here. So we're going to go across. And then we're going to aim down. So I'm just hoping that next round, which let's cross off round 2 here. And let's go for it again. Okay, so those 2 are together, or by itself, and then together. Okay, so obviously it'd be more advantageous to take the 2 hats. This one we have to take, and these are the exact same. So, so we could go down here. The 2 hats, We can get some swords, or we can just go ahead and get another length going, because we're gonna definitely need to start going through this map. So that's what that's gonna be for. This one, we're gonna go down here. We're gonna get more bread. We'll get another one of these guys over here. And then we have this one here. So I'm trying to figure out where we want to go. So we can't go through any of the ones with the darker edges, which is essentially all the dwarfs. And then I got 3 spots here. Just trying to see. And obviously, I marked myself. Hold on. Making sure I don't get it everywhere. Okay. So it could be vertical or horizontal. I don't think it can't be diagonal for sure. I'm just trying to think which way is going to be the best to try to get more characters here. 1, 2, 3. Well, that would not also be connected. I mean, we could do 3 across here, because I don't think when we start drawing the line, it doesn't necessarily have to be begin a new path by connecting to another start space. There are 2 significantly different ways your path can interact with a space on the map. Okay, so I was just trying to figure out if I can just start a new line anywhere else, or if I had to continue from one path. I think it seems like I can start from anywhere else as long as it's connected to like a character. Okay, so all that to be, we still have this. So I'm going to play it as I'm just going to start from another character, because I don't think 3 is going to make a lot of sense in this section over here, because when I hit round 3, I do lose out the opportunity to score this one, which I'm fine with. I just need to get Gandalf by round 5. So if I'm looking here, I like the idea of going up here. I'd get 2 more swords and I'd be up at 3, but I can end up rolling swords anyways. There's a pretty wide path over here that might need to be taken. So I'm thinking maybe from here going 1, 2, 3. That way I can kind of get this space here started. And I did already do this side too. Okay, so round 3 is donezo. So we cannot score this one anymore. Wah, wah, wah. Okay, so those 2 are together, middle, and these 2 are together. Okay, so we have either sword or bread. We have a 1, and then we have, again, a 3 or a crossover. This one would look really good right over here, because then we can connect this dwarf and then get started on going down here. I could do the same with... Because how many breads I have? I have 1, 2, 3. Well, I can have 4 breads. So I'm going to definitely take that bread. So I'm going to take the bread. I like the idea of this crossing here, because it would be this here, right? So these are connected now. And I can bring these 2 guys over right now. I'm also thinking, let's just guarantee Gandalf. I think that's going to be the best bet. Let's guarantee Gandalf right over down here. And that's going to be with this one here. So Gandalf gets scored. Yay! And because I have enough food for Mr. Gandalf, I don't know why I'm just going to mark this right over here too. Just because I can. Oh, and this guy's over here too now. Yay! So I'm going to score this. And I have enough bread, obviously. Okay. All right, so round 4 is over. Again, remember, we can count the tracker up here if we needed to. Okay. So round 5. Okay, these 2 together. Those are kind of like right in the middle. I think that one is just slightly more. And then got those ones. Okay. Ooh, double swords. So we got a T-shaped intersection. We got an L. And then we got a cross section as well as more bread. thinking with this L, so we can come up and start going out. So we do get the sword, and we can start going this way. And then we can do the crossover here, which means we'd get this guy in here and go upwards. I like that. And then where would I put the T? I could put the T over here and go this direction to maybe get these guys, but I kind of want to get this bread, to be honest. So I might not want to do that initial move. Decisions. And I also potentially might want that bread. I have a decent amount of bread right now, but eventually I'm going to start connecting all these characters and all these dwarfs, and I got to make sure I feed these fellas as they're coming in. This L shape, because I can mirror it as well, I can have it come down here and go up, so I can technically connect these two. I like that a lot. I like the idea of connecting these guys. I got to connect them all anyways, right? So I use that one here. And then... These guys are going to be connected from over here, so I'm not too worried about those. Let's see. The T shape. I got to move this around just to kind of give me a better idea of which direction. Almost thinking going here. Yeah, I guess some of my decisions later are gonna play out for this. I'm wondering if I should just connect this guy right now, or just even this guy, and get this over with on this. So if I do this, I'm overlapping my own map here, but that's fine. I don't know if that's a good idea. I'll do it anyways for now. I'll learn my lessons later. Okay, so that was good. Yeah, I'll make my mistakes now, and then that way either one, you can learn from me and my mistakes and don't do them, and I'll maybe learn from my mistakes. We'll see. Sometimes I don't. Ooh, I could also do a T here and just get this final guy over here. Again, kind of not really wasting a turn there. I have enough bread. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to get him in here. Let's save him. Okay. Maybe I should have done the bread, but we'll see. Okay, so that is round 5-0. Complete. We're good there. So if I didn't get Gandalf, I wouldn't be able to score the 2-pointer. So just kind of something to keep in mind. I think can get the Thorin in there as well. I just don't get the glory points for it. All hail the glory points. Okay, for sure I think the road before the swords. Same thing, even with the double sword. Ooh. I am loving myself these double swords. Part of me just wants to, because I got 3 over here and a 2 here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I might as well do that. That's a nice connection. And I get 3 swords. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to connect these two. I'll get 3 swords. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Look at them swords. And I still got the plus over here. And I'm thinking maybe I do the plus here, get this one in. I only have 1 bread, so if I connect anybody else right now, or at least these 2 guys, it's not going to do me any favors. I think I want to connect this as well too. And then we're just going to go maybe down here for this tracker. So let's just get this guy in here so we don't forget him. We don't forget. Okay. We're on round 7. I am not feeling very hopeful that we're going to get this. Not going to lie. Oh, shoot. I also forgot. I can take any dice that I maybe didn't want to use and use one of these to get either like a bread, a sword, or a hat. Okay, so these 2 together, middle, and then these 2. And car. Yeah, I'm starting to get really worried here. Okay, so we need bread. We do have a hat. go this way. That way I can try to remember what I did and didn't use. That's a big T. I mean, I might as well use this one because this is a T plus one extra space. So it just makes more sense. And I can probably do, let's see. So that'd be a space and then the T would be here. Or I can do the T here with a space and then hopefully get another. Oi. I might not, I'm definitely not going to have enough turns. Because I'd have to get these guys in by next turn. How do I do that? Maybe trying to get everybody all at once was not the best move. I probably should have worked in this section over here. He's worth more points. So I'm trying to figure out, maybe I just focus on these guys, but this one right over here I could take with my hat. So if I'm going to use the hat, I can take one of these spots here. I could bring these fellers over. So I'd collect these two guys. I have enough bread for both of them. Yay. Wow, that was a terrible circle. Oh, man. I still got this T over here. So I could maybe bring it here and get the T. Just trying to figure out if there's a better path for me. Because I don't even have bread. I'm going to have to make sure I get some kind of bread. I'm going to try to get this guy. I think that will be a smart move. I think I'm going to go... Nope, hold on. That's now how my T's are going to work. I went one down too many. I'm thinking... I might redo this, but I just want to see. So that way I could potentially get the bread, right? If I get like an L shape, or if I get the magic hat, I can do an L to get in. Or I could just do an arrow, a straight arrow here, because this is technically connected to. But this will potentially get me a bread. And I'll just need a good roll here to, if I get the 3 lines, I can go cross right over here. I won't have any bread for these fellers that can potentially join us, but nonetheless, they could still come to the party. Yeah, they can still come to the party. I just can't feed them. Okay. Man, these swords, I feel like they're going to hurt me more than anything else. All right. Big money, big money. Okay, these two together. This is the middle. Oh, a double hat. Okay. Wow, that's a really big L shape here. Would that actually work over here? Hold on. Let me turn this way. 1, 2, 3. And then I can connect. I mean, it's not a... No, I couldn't do that because that wouldn't be connected there. That's a cool shape, but not what I needed. See, the double hat can give me 2 lines, which would be 1, 2. And then I can do... Dang it. That was not a great roll. At least not for the middle. Because I'm also not going to get any more hats. Okay, so we're just going to see what we can do here. So with a 2 hat, I can do the double line. Okay, so I know that. So that'd be 1, 2 here. And then I think that's how I'll connect from up here. And then I could use my single hat and then get the L shape over here. Or I guess this would technically also be the L shape at that point as well too. So they're going to do the same thing. Okay, so double hat. So I still have 1 spot over. Okay, so let's go 1, 2. And then this one here, it would be semantics, but that just went a little too far off its section. Okay, and then we'll use this, which will get me one more bread. I could feed at least one person here. And then I'm gonna miss out on that guy. I'm gonna get 1, 2, 3. So I get this failure, Thorin, but I do not get his points for the bread. And then I get 2 more dwarfs. I get those, and I get this one for the bread, but this one I don't get any bread. And that is 8 rounds. That is the max I can do. I obviously didn't bring everybody to the party. What a host, huh? I missed out on one more, would have gotten me double the points here. So now what we do is we're going to add up all the points in every single row, and we're going to see what our total is out of 112. Again, whether I made any mistakes or whatnot, this was our very first time ever playing through, having just read the rules, by the way. I haven't actually even watched anything. I just read the rules. So let's go ahead and add all this up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 19. Okay, not bad, not bad. And then it was, by the way, this is a 2-pointer for this one down here. So over here we got 1, 2, so that's, 3, 6. Is that a 4 on there? Yep. So that's 10, 11, 12, 13, 18. That one I didn't feel like I did a great job. This one I had 4. That was a bad circle. Hold on. I had 4 swords. So that's 5 plus 2. So that's going to be 7, 8. Wow, 7. Jeez. I don't know where I was counting there. And now we just add all of these up together. Okay, so we have 19 plus 18 plus 7. That's going to be 44 out of 112. I don't know. I think for my very first run, I think I did pretty well. Maybe terribly, actually. I think I did pretty terrible. We're gonna go ahead and get started here. We're gonna explain a little bit of the rules, but not too much because I've already done that in previous episodes. We got our 5 dice, and in this round, our goal, like we said, is to get all 12 dwarfs to bag end except for Thorin. The bread that is needed in the game is not indicative of us winning this round, so I'm not gonna focus as much on that. My whole goal is to get these dwarfs. So, and I know I said that like 3 times, my bad. So let's go ahead and roll. And we have our tracker here for our solo mode. So we're in round 1. So we're gonna go ahead and roll. So these are gonna be here together, and then the 2 on the right-hand side. I know they're not always perfect, but I try to do it as quickly as possible so I'm not biased in which ones I choose. So I'm gonna start off with this. We have a 3-space line, and this guy over here is like the furthest one away. So I think I'm gonna go 1, 2, and 3. So we're really gonna bring that down very quickly. We got a 2-hatter, which gives us the ability to get 2 lines, which would automatically connect us to here. Now, keeping in mind, I said earlier, I'm not gonna go for the bread points, because if I win this objective as a solo mode player, I do get 20 points. Let me move that out of the way. So I get 20 points. So I do have to keep that in mind. That's going to be worth the most out of anything else I can pretty much do. I will try to get bread when it's deemed valuable for us, but not always. So this one right here, this little T, I could finish up and connect this gentleman here, which I think is what I'm going to do, because I could draw over my lines here as well. So I use this one here. Now I have, again, the double hats or the 1 hat. My only thing is, I for sure want to use it for the lines, but do I want to finish connecting, or do I maybe want to go over and go across here? Because I can... I know I'm going to end up getting some bread at some point, right? So I'm actually going to go ahead and cross these 2 lines off, and I'm going to go from this guy here, and I'm going to go across. So these are all 3 connected already. So once I get this connection here done, I'm going to go ahead and have them all meet up. So essentially my goal is, can I get as many of them as close as possible, get some bread, and get some additional points? That'll be the goal. Okay, so these two, middle, and then here. Okay, swords don't do anything for us really. I mean, it does get us some points. Even just one gets us 5 points, but I'm not worried about that right now. A 1 hat and a 1 line kind of do the same thing, and I don't want to use up the hats yet if I don't need to. I could do 3 lines and connect this dwarf over here, plus get the bread and feed him as he comes in, which would be really, really nice. And I think I might actually go ahead and just do that. That's a guarantee close in. So I'm going to get a bread, and then I get the guy in here. So we're going to go ahead. Jeez, I already screwed that up. Hold on. I want to do that circle so I can make sure I see the points at the end of the game. So I can bring these guys in and not feed them, and I'll still get points, so that's not bad. Okay, so I used up that one. I got this little L shape here, which of course I can also mirror if I really needed to. And part of me is thinking maybe going this direction and then connecting these two. So I actually got cut off there for just a second, so I had to move my camera and everything. So my apologies if it got shifted here. So what I was getting at was this L shape here, I can mirror it. And what I'm seeing here is I could do the L here and then the line. So that'll connect those two. So that one's done. And then I got just a 1 line by itself, which I could draw here and, you know, get very close to the end for those ones being connected. I could definitely connect these two guys, actually. Let me go ahead and do this. I can connect these two guys down here at the bottom, because then that means this one I don't have to go around. I can just kind of come and, oh, hold on. No, that's not how that works. That just connecting these two, I would still have to have this one come around. But even having the connection here still is going to be a shorter distance, I think, than going across maybe? Unless I get another L shape. Hold on. Going up this way, going down. Got a lot of decisions to make, right? We got to make sure we make the right ones too. You know what? I'm partially thinking I should just go down here. I'm just going to do that. Okay. So now, round 3, I had to cover up one of the glories, which I'll just do this one. Sorry, Gandalf. My B. Okay, together, middle, and to the right. Okay. So we got a Z shape here. That one could be really interesting. I'm going to try to get that bread, but it's not a guarantee, right? Let's see. I'm going to move this around just so I can kind of see some other opportunities. So I can connect these two, but again, that's not instantly connecting them. This one's still going to have to go across, but I think this will still be very helpful, because if I do it this way, this then I can kind of bring out this way. So that's going to be this guy here. This I can go down 2, so that would be 1 here, 2 here. And we're definitely not going to feed these guys. I could do 2 across and just get the bread with this dwarf here. But I'm wondering if that's going to be a waste of time, because I'm going to have to get all these characters too. Okay, so we're going to have to go this way. So that's 1 here, and that's going to be 2. So that's going to be, so we did that one, we did this one. And then I think we're going to do, that'd be 1, 2. So that way those are all connected. We'll see if that ends up being a bad decision. Future Dennis will know. Okay, together, middle, together. All right, so that one we have to take a bread. Which is fine at this point. We got a nice 2-space T, which might have been more handy earlier, but that's okay. I'm trying to think maybe going this way and trying to get this guy here. It's going to be advantageous. Versus that T. I like that T. This T looks nice. I think that's going to be helpful. That L shape on the left hand, I can go up and go across. Yeah, that looks like a jumbled mess now. Let's see. Oh, this T would have been great here if I didn't use that one line by itself. Let me just see here. I can erase this, obviously. So let me just get the sword. But if I decide to go back, I'll undo that. Because I'm thinking maybe this T... Oh, hold on, this way. So it'd go here, and then the T would go here. Or I can connect this guy as well by going one here, going down, and then that T recrosses. I think that'll be the best move here. Okay, so I got the bread already. I use the T and the L. Okay, so round 5. Sorry, my friend. Okay. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good. Okay, left, middle, and then right. Okay, we got 2 spacer, which is good. We're going to definitely need a lot more space here. But that plus sign might come in handy too. I can connect these guys here in one go. I'm starting to get worried about these ones over here. So this one here, if I would go 2 across, I still have to connect these individual ones, which I could do with one of those lines and then do it again with the Gandalf hat. And then maybe work on these guys after. So we got a 2 line. So we got 1, 2. And then we got a 1 line here. So we connect this guy. And we got a hat. And with the hat, we can do an L shape or a straight line. I think right now we could just do an L shape, because that just makes things a little easier. So if we do the L shape, it'll be here. So these guys are all connected. We're getting real close, real close. Okay, so round 6. So that, to some capacity, everybody is interconnected to each other in some way. Ooh, a double hat. Okay, that's good. I most likely will not need this sword. I already have 1 sword, and just because it was easier to get. So we got 3 lines. We could do 1, 2, 3, and then we're connecting all of these guys at once. So that's most likely what we're going to do. We have a T shape here, which then we can connect these guys and then do a T. And we got a double hat, which means I can get some bread. And I'd still have 2 more turns. So if I really wanted to, I can connect everybody right now. But because we have 2 more turns, let's play a little bit more here. So let's get some bread. Let's get that bread. Okay. And then we're going to connect this one down here. So we got 1, 2, and then 3 lines here. So now we just connected 3 more dwarfs. Or actually 4 more. Look at us go. We're overachievers, team. I love that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I cannot feed one of them, but I think they're okay with that. So they're fine. They'll survive. And then I still have this T shape, which I think I was going to go right here. But the only problem is I'm going to connect all these dwarfs. And I'm not going to have enough bread. I could start connecting Gandalf, because if I can get him, even without bread, I still get 5 points. And I'm feeling really confident right now. Maybe too confident. Because I can also, if I do this, so I connect these 3 guys. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to connect these guys with this dice. So I got 3 more dwarfs, because I still have 4 more to go and only 1 line and 2 more rounds, and I can try to maybe get some bread, but still, nonetheless. So we got 1, 2, 3. No bread, no bread, no bread. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now we're in round 7. I don't think there's any more glories to block. Yeah, I don't think there's any more. Okay, so we're good there. Okay, so we got those. That might have been a little off, but again, just doing it quickly. So we do have a bread. Yay. Okay. So technically this would connect us all, and then we would be finished with the game. But we'd have 1 more round. So I'm like, okay, if we have 1 more round, we can try to do a few more things here. I mean, we do risk it, right? Because if we go into that last round and roll and not get what we need, which I know is just 1 line, but still, we got to be cautious, right? Or a little bit. I could get this bread down here, but this is a guaranteed bread. So I don't think I need to do that. So just go ahead and claim another bread. Let's feed our team here. Oh, maybe these are supposed to be... Hold on, I want to check something really quick. So I know we're on round 7. So let me see really quick for covering up the bread that doesn't get used. Hold on. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense because those are higher points. So got 2 more bread. Yeah, so it makes more sense for it to be this way. Oh, and then this is the... Yeah, 2 more bread. Okay. Because otherwise that's worth a 5 points and a 3-pointer, and I was like, that doesn't make sense. Okay. And then we have one of these 2 shapes. Again, I think I'm gonna try to get 1 more thing here. Can I try to get Gandalf with us at this party? I mean, he seems like he would be really cool. And the interesting part would be, let's see, corner. So the interesting thing would be if I go down here, I do get a hat. And then I can either get another line or, you know what, I am going to do this. I'm going to try to get Gandalf to come hang out with us. So we're going to mirror this one. So it's going to come down, go left, and then go across and go down. So it's going to connect to this, but it's technically not fully connected yet. I have to go across here. And I'm going to use up one of those hats to cover up 1. So I just need 1 more hat to get a 2-liner. And then we're going to go ahead and roll for our last round. So we're going to try to get Gandalf to come join us. And if we can't, that's okay. I'm not going to try too much. But I want to get them points. Okay, middle. There we go. Okay, so for sure, this is all we need to be able to win the game. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. So this one would give us Gandalf to come join us. So let's go ahead and do that. Hold on. Before I do... 1, 2, 3... Because that would get us another hat. And the only reason I'm thinking about doing another hat is because can we get that bread? Can we get that bread? Let's see here. Well, I'm going to have to connect before I can get the bread, actually. So I don't think that's going to work. So I might as well just go. So that's 1, 2, 3. Yay, Gandalf's now part of the party. Go Gandalf, go Gandalf, go Gandalf. Okay, so we have a 2 line and a 1 line. So again, if I connect this one, I connect all 4 of the last ones we have. Is there anything else I can do with this 2 line? I can go 1, 2, and get another hat. I can get another bread, so I can give up any dice for a bread. I think I'm just going to do that. I'm going to go ahead and give up a dice to get a bread. And then I'm going to use this 1 line here to connect the final 4. Sound like Blue's Clues there. And then we got all of these guys here. I feel like we saved them, even though we're just going to a party together. And then we have enough to feed 3 of them, which means we're not going to get points for those ones here. And we are around 8, which is the last round we could do anyways, but we have accomplished our goal of getting everybody over to the end here. And now we get to score our points. Okay, so on the top row, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 28 on the very top row. Nice. That was close to the max you can get there. We got 2, 3, or sorry, you got 1, 2, 3, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We got 16 there. We do have 1 sword, so we get the 5 points here. Plus, because we are in solo mode, this is important. In solo mode, if you accomplish the actual goal before the end of the round limit, you get 20 points. So we got 20 plus 5, so that's going to be 25 points. And now we're going to add these 3 here together. So we have 28 plus 16 plus 25, and that is going to be 69. Keeping in mind, it's out of 112, but this is in solo mode, so when you're playing with other players, you have more ample time to potentially go get more points. Our goal is to get from right over here on the left side of the board all the way from bag end, I should say, sorry, from bag end all the way across this adventure and getting all the way to Rivendell. And essentially that is the goal. Let's go ahead and read the little summary over here. So this is roast mutton. I'm not the best at speaking, so my bad. So this one says, the journey soon leads to unfamiliar territory where Bilbo and the dwarves stumble upon 3 trolls. Hungry and bickering, the trolls capture them all until Bilbo hatches a plan to outwit them before the dwarfs' light arrives. Will the company make it to Rivendell by the White Stones? Oh, sorry, by way of the White Stones. Let's get started. Okay, so since I am in solo mode, I do still roll all 5 dice, and I do have to split them in a certain way, and I'll go over that in my first roll here. So the way it works is the leftmost 2 essentially get combined together. The middle one is on its own, and then the other rightmost 2 are together. I could choose 1 from the left, 1 from the right, and then the one in the middle is one I essentially have to use. So let's see what we got here. Okay, so we have on the left, we can go 1 down path. And again, we have to start from bag end. And then we also do have a hat, so we get to choose one of those. This one gives us 2 paths to go down. And obviously, if we go down on the leftmost, we do get a sword right away, which is great. We're going to need swords. We're going to need them. We're going to need a bigger sword. So I'm thinking, well, for sure, that one's one that we have to take. So let's just go ahead and go down here. And let's get 1 sword. There we go. We can do a second sword, or we can continue to go down the path here. But I don't know if I need that angle just yet because, I mean, that'll still be going down. So this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we get another sword, and then we'll take this one to go down on this path right over here. So that's going to be round 1 for us. Not a lot of action, but still moving along the path. Now, For us, I'm going to just kind of try to blaze through and go because we only have 8 rounds to try to achieve our goal here. And I want to get that 20 points. Okay, so leftmost 2, middle, and then these. Okay. Man, I like the 2 space moving because that's going to move us a lot further along. And then we do have this little cross over here that allows us to be getting another sword and start going to the right. So I do like this. So... But real quick, on this side, I also have the 2 spaces and then a hat. Gandalf's hat. I can start building up to not have to give up a sword. By the way, I can have this, be in this direction too. So I can go pretty far. I already have 2 swords. So let's do this. Let's go down to... And then I'm going to do the cross on this one over here, which means I get my 3rd sword. And then I'm going to go across another 2 spaces. 1, 2. I think that's going to be the good move. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Okay, so that was round 2. So now round 3, I do have to give up something as far as being able to get points. I have a good feeling I'm not going to care as much about the trolls for us, even though it can get us a lot of points. We don't have as much time as we would if we were playing with other players. Although, this is one thing I was thinking about. Obviously, solo mode, I only get so many turns on each part. But if I was playing with other players, would I want to rush over to the end? Because one, you get, the points for getting to the end, but then you kind of maybe force other players not to get all those additional points. It'd be fascinating. I'm excited. I have Jesse, my friend, that I'm going to be able to probably play a 2-player mode with on this game as well. So bread isn't going to do much for us. We do get points for having bread. Just having 1 gives us 5 points. I'm not too keen on the bread right now. I'm trying to see here. I can use this too to cross over. I do get 2 points for also just crossing over. This is a double bread. Double bread. So let's see. If I go 1, 2, and then I take that big... Let's see. Hold on. How does this L1 work here for us? Now it'd go up, and I don't want to go up. So 1, 2. I could do 1, and then, like if I do the solo one, and then I do 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2. I'd have to give up 2 swords to go into these spots, which I do have. And I think I'm going to do that. All right, so I'm going to use the first little square here. Okay. Then I'm going to use this one here. So it's going to be 1 space. I do get this. So I'm going to circle that so I don't forget it. And then this one is going to curve here, and then it's going to go up. Okay. And then I have 2 spaces I can go. So I can go 1 and then 2. And then I'm going to mark these off by giving up my swords. And I can't actually go in them if I can't give up swords. What's nice is if I need to like use anything else again, I don't have to worry about giving up any more swords in that section. Okay, so that's done. So we're going to go to round 4. Okay, leftmost, middle, and then to the right. What's with all this bread? I need swords. Okay. That's a cool one. It's like a Z, which means I wonder... I could also mirror it too, right? So could I go upwards? Because going up, I don't have to give up as many swords. But I might need to like kind of come backwards because I'm going to lose out on some points here. But I'm also thinking this is a lot more swords I need to give up. Which means I'd have to get swords to be able to give them up. And I can't do that. Hold up, because this one's that another big L. So I would start from here. So I'd go across. I'd get the hat, and then I'd go up, which I had to give up 1 sword, which I have. And then that Z shape, I can go here and go here. Nope, that's not going to work because I don't have that. I don't have another sword. But I do get a hat. Can I give up a hat for something? I can give up one of my dice for a sword. I can also just cover up one of the hats. Oh, I can go up this way to get 2 swords. So I think for sure I have to do it this way. So let me just do this for now. So I don't have to give up another sword for going that direction. I go here, and then I go upwards. So I do get to give up another sword. I do get a hat. So that's the question I have here, because with one hat, I can actually go up one more space, right? And then I can do the T over here to then grab 2 swords and start aiming for the treasure chest, which I don't necessarily want. And then I could either just go across for my next turn, which I think I'm going to end up having to do anyways. Am I not going to be able to use this? I just got to make sure I don't forget about my hat, because I also got this. So this lets me go jump, jump, but I can't do jump, jump. I'm wondering, do I have to use the dice? Well, I can't go back over here. Oh, but I could go down here maybe. Trying to see if I can get to that double sword over here. I can't go up this way. I don't have enough swords. If I do that, I can... Okay, let me just see. I might undo this for a second, but I can go up one with that. Then I have the T shape here, which means I go here, and then I go this way, and then I get 2 swords. So it gives me options. And then I'm trying to see, can I use this? I mean, I could maybe go around, because that would be going here, here, and then this way. So I do give up 1 sword, which I have now, and then I would have to give up another. But my problem is I almost just want to go across, go over that hole here. I don't care if I lose 2 points, because I'm going to get the 5 points from the chest. I'll have to look at the rules and see if I have to use the die, or like I could just leave it alone and do nothing with it. But going here and here, I almost might as well just do this. 1, to guarantee this locked in. And then give up a sword. Because if I could also get into this spot here, I would get the points for that guy. I think I'm just going to do that. That's going to be the best move for me for now. Also, too, while we're playing this game, I hope you are having such a fun time. Please don't forget to like the video and hit that subscribe button. It lets me know that you are enjoying these type of playthroughs, and especially this type of series, as we are wanting to go all the way to all 8 parts. Okay, so round 5, I do have to give up a potential point. I'm going to give up this one here. And then we're going to roll again. Okay, so together, together, together. Alrighty, let's see what we got. Got another one of those cool zigzags, because then I can now... So I'd have to give up a sword, and then I can gain a sword and give another one up. So I could do it, because I'm not seeing any other path for me to be able to take. So we're going to have to get a sword. We're going to go ahead and do the zigzag here. So we're going to zig and then zag by giving up a sword. And then we're going to lose out on at least that first 15. So we only lose 2 points, technically, having gone in there. And I have enough for my other sword, which is going to be this one over here. So we go... Oh, so it's going to be here and here. Oh, wait, hold on. Because that one's already connected to the edge because of this piece. So I could actually go from here to here. So that's covered there. I do have to give up my sword. And then once I pass this on my next turn, I'll get the 2 points because I don't have to give up anything until later. And I don't think I'm going to get this troll. Mark when spaces on all 4 sides have been entered. Yeah, I think it has to be on this one for it to count. I mean, I'll see with this roll. We'll see. But we're in round 6, and I got to get to the end here in just 3 more rounds. Okay, so together, that's the middle, and then together. Ooh, double hands. Okay. So this T looks really good because it's multiple spaces, right? So just out of testing here. So we'd go here, and then we'd have the crossroads right here. So you wouldn't potentially be able to get to the white stone. I'm not too worried about it. But if I could, the good thing about going through there, I don't need swords anymore. So I would definitely use the 2 hats. And the 2 hats, I have options. I could... Oh man, I see this danger space right over here. Because if I couldn't go across and then go down, even if I land on a danger space, I lose 3 points effectively. But if I can get to 2 white stones, I jump up to 15 points. But if I can get to 3 white stones, I can get to 20. I feel like that would be my goal. How can I get across as fast as possible? So I need, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. My 2 hats would give me a 2 spacer. And then that would be 3, 4, 5. Would that be, that's more than enough? Just want to make sure I want to use that double spacer correctly. Hold on. So I have the cross. If I went across here, and then I did the long T that I have, and then I could do 1, 2 spaces. Because ideally, too, if I can get some bread, because even 1 bread gives me 5 points, too. So I'm trying to see, with the 2 hats, I have that L shape that I can technically go into, or even use my T shape here. So if I use my T shape here, I need this space here. I need 2 more spaces. And I can use... Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to use the 2 hats for a double space. So we got 1, 2. I do get the 2 points here. Make sure I score that. I also scored that. Treasure trashed. And then we're going to go ahead and use the 2 spaces T over here. So that's going to be 1 space. And then this is going to be the T shape. So I'm going to get this one. And then I get 2 bread. Give me dumb bread. Okay. And then I have this cross over here. And I think that's just going to give me 1 extra space down this way. Feeling pretty good. I think we're going to get to the end. I think so. I mean, it also depends on the rolls, because that could be some bad rolls. So my intention here, just making sure if I can get to that point, would be to go down, even if it means crossing over the danger space, because it loses me 3 points because I go from 13 down to 10. But getting that 3rd one here jumps me from 15 to 20. So that's still a net gain. But again, depending on what I get. Okay, so round 7, I do have to lose something. Oh, I can't even go back there anyways. Also, because I have 2 more rounds, maybe I can do something else too. We'll see. Okay, so together, this one's technically the middle, and then these 2 here. Okay. So any swords left over, I need at least 3 to get 5 points. That does not seem valuable for me at all. So that one's probably going to go away. A 1-hatter gives me corner pieces or a T shape versus just the 1 straight shot, which would obviously guarantee that hit or Sorry, the mountain. I can also maybe go around the mountain now. So I know for sure. Oh, actually, hold on. Could I could just do an L shape with the hat. And then I can do L shape with those guys. And then ooh, okay. I might be able to skip that little space down there. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna use my hat. I'm gonna create a little L shape here. Okay. And then I'm gonna use one of these. Remember, you can also mirror it. So it's gonna be corner and then one extra space. And this one, I get to go down one space. And then the next one here, I get to corner it. So I'm just kind of risking it for the biscuit here. My hope is that I can get a corner piece or a T shape, and then I can complete. I might even be able to get to this fourth white stone, but I don't want to risk it that much. So team, we're already on the 8th round. I feel like we're going through this adventure pretty quick. In a good way. Okay, so those two are together, middle, and then over here. Dang, that's a 3 spot. That might do it for us to get to that fourth white stone. So let's see. Okay, so one of these hats would guarantee. It's actually the last one single hat that we have to guarantee a T shape to lock this in. So that T shape would go right here, lock us in, get the points. And then we have this one over here that is 3 spaces. So it would be 1 space, 2 spaces, and then 3 spaces right here. And we got the 4th one. That's crazy cool. Okay, so we got that one. And then what do we say? Oh, we're going to use the magic hat, Gandalf's hat, to cross this off. Because we're going to get the T right over here. And we got to skip the that little spot over there. And since we're the only one in the first one, we are also going to get the 2 points for that one as well. Holy smokes. Let's score our points here and see what we got. So we didn't get any of the trolls in a circle here for us on this top row. So we got the 13 points here. We got none of these. And then we have all 4. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. So that's 30 points plus another 13. So that's 43 on the top row. Yay. All right. So for the bread, we have 2. So we do get the 5 here. Wow. Hold up. So we got the 5 there. We didn't get any points for the swords. We did get the 5 points for this. And then let's see what we got here. We got 2, 4, 6 points over here. So that's 5, 10, that's 16. And then because this is solo mode and we completed it by the end of the allotted rounds, we do get 20 points. If it's on hard mode, I believe it's like 50 points or something like that. So we do get 20 points on top of all of these points together. So we're going to make sure we add that in. Okay, so 43 plus 16 plus 20 is going to be 79 out of 145, keeping in mind that this is solo mode, so it's a little bit different than if we were playing with other players. That was an adventure. I think I had, honestly, even more fun on part 2 than even part 1. Part 1 was great, but I think part 2 had even more like challenge and risk and, making decisions. Okay, so let's go ahead and read the story here for part 3. It says, Overhill and Underhill. Setting off from Rivendell, the company braves the misty mountains, facing storms and stone giants. Seeking shelter, they fall into the goblins' clutches deep underground. Can Gandalf's magic defeat the giant goblin and save them from the dark depths? Ooh, all right. So let's go ahead and get started. We have our dice and the black die as well. Let's roll. Okay, so these 2 are together. This one's in the middle, and then we got these 2 on the right-hand side. So all the 9s are now danger zones. And for us, it says fill in the clouds as they become danger spaces. So I think it'll just be like this and this right over here. So those two are danger spaces. And so we got to make sure we navigate through them or past them, not through them, because we do not want to go through them. And let's see what we have. So we have 2 hats. So one of these is obviously not going to be able to be used. We get to use this one, and then we get to make a decision with these 2. But I would already say, since it's so early in the game, it's going to be better to get 2 steps in because we want to try to get across. That 20 pointer is going to be good. And we have 1 hat. So with the hats here, we can start planning for this 3 bread, which will be great. This is a guaranteed 1 bread, which we're going to need a lot of bread to get through this. I mean, we could also roll breads, right? So it's not detrimental. We also have some paths here. So there is 1 additional Gandalf's hat with his staff. If we get 3 hats, we can get the staff. And if we're over here, so there's technically 1 hat here. If we get over here for the giant stone, the stone giant, wow, I was fumbling there. The stone giant, we will take him out and get 10 points. So just kind of things to think about. Some paths we essentially can take, metaphorically speaking, and then also obviously the paths we have to take literally to be able to get through this. So let's focus on the paths first. So just as an example here for ourselves, so we could go starting right in the center. Obviously, we're not going to go into this path, so to speak. If we get to this open spot over here, we get 5 points. But looking at the 2 that we got here, so what I'm seeing here is we can do, because we can also mirror this as well too. So we'll go from here going up. And then here we turn a corner. And then this one we can do a T here. So we're not obviously going to be entering over here. And then we go up this direction. So we kind of move forward pretty quickly. We most likely will skip out on that corner over there, just because if we can try to get through here. So our last thing to do here on this section is figure out what we want to do with this hat. Part of me says, let's save it. We're going to for sure need bread. I like the idea of 3 hats ending up 3 bread, but 1 hat already gets 1 bread. So that's kind of a guarantee for us. And we're going to need those because at minimum, let's just say we can go with the lowest amount of pathways. We need 1, 2, 3, 4 bread. But there's a high probability we're going to end up this way. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at least. So I say let's just go ahead and get 1 bread for now. And then that's going to be that space here. So that is going to be our first round. And then we're going to go to now round 2. I'm a little scared of that black die here. Let's see what we get for our thunderstorms. Okay, so these 2 are together here and then here. Okay, and then we got a 7. Where did I put my marker? Oh, jeez. It was hiding through my mic. I couldn't see it. So we have 7 over here. Let's see. Did I already run through 7s? Oh, there's 1 up here. Yikes. And I think one of these was already 7. So we don't have to worry about that one because we already walked through it. So that's fine. But dang, look at that. We have to go in between that storm if possible. Okay. So we got another 1 hat. We have a 2 spacer, which I love, right? But right now, if we go to 2 spaces, we're going to have to go through that storm. Or technically with this one, we can go around this way. And then technically use this one to go upwards. And then we can just bypass these 2 storms and then try to go across. But we're not going to get any bread. And I think that's okay for now because maybe the next turn afterwards, we can take our time with bread. So I'm going to go this way. So we're going to use this one here. So we're going to go up and to the right. And we're going to go across this way. And then this one, we're going to go here. So we're going to create that like kind of plus sign. And then this one, we're going to go this way and we're going to go 2. So we're going to go 1 and 2. So we're moving through this first section fairly quickly. It does make me nervous because of how many storms there are. So we do need to take out one of the glory points, which are the ones that have kind of like the little stars around them. So our main goal is to try to get to the end, which is a 2-pointer. The hard part is we have to, so we only get 8 turns. Round 3, 5, and 7, we have to take a glory point away. So I'm trying to figure out, based off my experience so far in this game, I most likely will not get to the end until at least the 8th turn. So I'm actually going to play it this way. I'm going to block off this glory point because ideally I'm going to try to get this one. I almost also think that this will be impossible as well, because I only can do that in 2 turns. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take out the giant goblin 2-pointer and then just keep this in case somehow I can get there by round 7. Doesn't seem likely, but I guess we'll just play it that way. Okay, so these 2 are together, middle, and then these 2. All right, and then we got a 2. Let's see. Oh, I already have them both blocked because I already walked through them. So we're good there. That was great. None of the ones that are in our pathway, which was 3, 4, and 5, got hit, which was really, really nice. So we just automatically get the 2 bread. So let me just pull those out. We don't have to decide on which one of those dice, which is great because we do need some bread. We got a lot of movement here, but not like great movements from what we might need for the game. We are going to potentially need some swords if we want to either fight the goblins or need to fight the goblins. And it's only 1 sword for each of those, so it's not too bad. So this one here, I can draw here, and then it would be 1, 2. And that would cross here too. So I can essentially get across this storm path here. And I think that's going to be the best thing I do. So I'm going to take this one here. So I can draw on this path before. So this is that like corner piece here that's on this die. And then we get 2 more paths forward. So we got this one and here. And then this guy here is a T. So we're going to go ahead and do a T. So we don't cross the region just yet, but we're right there on the doorstep of it. I think that's going to be our best move. Okay, so round 4. We don't have to worry about the black die anymore. Just mostly because I don't think... I guess there is a chance that we might go down. So let's actually just roll it as a safety in case it does roll 11. We had to make different decisions because we're still in that region. Okay, so these are together and these 2 are together. What? Oh my gosh. That's pretty funny. Again, I don't have to go this way, but if I was forced to based off of the dice, which it doesn't look like I do, I would have had to do that. I'm glad I still ended up realizing I needed to roll because I didn't pass the region yet. So we do get 1 bread automatically. So that puts us at 4. But the thing is, we're up here at the top. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to need 5 bread total. We can do another one here. And what sucks is, so in this section here, if we do 5 bread, like if we had to give up 5 bread, we're only going to get 0 points. But if we can do one more step, so if we did like some kind of, crossing over or going a little bit further than we needed to, it would get us an extra 12 points, which is quite a bit. My only concern is we're limited on how many turns we get, right? We only get the 8 rounds. I'm a little worried that if we're not pushing forward to get to the end here, we're not going to be able to make it. So, as much as I'd like to get more points, if it works out, it works out. But if not, then I'm not going to play too hard into that. So this one here looks like a really good shot because we get to go straight across, and then it's a T shape right where we need to so we can aim downwards. So we're not going to get this bread. And then we have to give up bread as we go through, remember. So we got to go here, and then this is going to be a T shape. So we got to give up 2 bread. Goodbye, bread. And then this one is a straight shot down. So the next turn, I'm going to have to get some kind of bread. Otherwise, I cannot go forward. So it's going to be bread and bread. Goodbye, more bread. Okay. All right, now the 12-sided die is not going to matter. So now in round 5, we had to give up another Oh, and I get my 2 points, so we have to give up another glory, so it is going to have to be this one. So there's no way for us to get those ones. That's okay. I'm not going to cry too much about it. All right. Come on, bread. And what sucks is I already used the 1 hat for 1 bread, so... Okay, so these are together. That was the middle. Yay, we got a bread. Okay, that's good. Dang, 3 steps. Okay, so we definitely need a bread. What sucks is that it's with the 1 movement, but that's okay. So we get our bread. Ooh, this is perfect because we need a T. So this one would give us, I'm just kind of planning out here. So that would give us the T. And then this one, we have 3 steps forward, which I can technically start from here. So it would be 1, 2, 3. But I think it says I can't connect if I cannot give a sword to the goblin, or not to the goblin, but a sword to fight the goblin. Or I just, if I do connect and I don't have a sword, I just can't take him out, which doesn't give me any points. I'm going to play it that way because I'm pretty sure that's what I read in the rule book. If I'm not correct or if I'm wrong about that, let me know in the comments or I'll figure it out during my editing as well too. I just don't want to overplay it because of that. One other thing I could do is I can give up a random dice right over here to get a sword, but then I couldn't even do the action anyways, so what a predicament. Okay. So we're going to do the plus over here at the bottom. It's going to take this. We're going to give that bread. And then this one, I already used the bread for this because that's what I needed. So this one here, I'm going to draw starting on this one. So that's going to be 1, 2, and 3. And again, so for now, I'm not going to attack this, and because I don't have a sword. I'm double checking it maybe. Let me just double check. So I can't do that. It actually says I cannot make that connection. So I'm glad I double checked. I could sleep better at night. Well, hold on, because this was the plus over here. Do I just lose this? Because I can't go further back because I don't have enough bread. Oh, man, what a predicament. I could get the sword, but then I wouldn't have the plus. Oh, you know what? I don't need that plus. Wait, no, I do. Because that's how I connect this. And then get the bread. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, because I got the bread, and I gave up that bread to go to that spot, which was going down here. I just can't do anything with this then? Or I can, yeah, because I can't go backwards. Or, I mean, not backwards. I can't go to the right because I don't have any more bread because I gave up the bread to go down here. I guess my other option would have been take a sword, do nothing with this, and then just go straight down. So I guess that would give me almost the same thing. Yeah, so that would still work. Okay. So the reason that works, and I'm going to redraw this here. That way I can get a sword because the probability is that I'm going to have to go across. So what I'm going to end up doing is I take a sword instead of using this. I took my bread, which I already spent, and then I just go straight down instead of doing a plus over here. And you can redraw back from before. So I would be drawing 1, 2, 3, which is how I got all the way back down here now. Okay. Ooh, what a difficult round. I'm already scared because we're now on round 6. I'm just trying to get through this, man. Okay, these are together, middle, and here. So we got a double hat, which is good. Okay. So a double hat now can give us 2 lines or a curve, which actually would have been great because then I wouldn't even have to attack. But I already spent my time getting a sword. But I might end up needing a sword over here anyway, so I might actually consider that to be the case. So a double hat, I would... So I have to go from here. So it'd be one here. Nope, I need at least two. So 1, 2. And then this would be the corner, and then go down. And then go down again. Dang, this is really tough. Okay. Okay, so we are... So we had to do the 2 here because it would be this over here and then this over here. So that'd be the 2. The double hat, I would use this one here. And again, I can mirror it. So there's the corner and then the 1 space. And then here, I would just go down 1 more. I'm not liking my odds to get to the end here, to be honest. All right. That is everything I can do. Okay. Round 7. There's no more glories to block off. Okay, those are together, middle, and then to the 2 to the right. Okay. So I could get a corner or a T-shape intersection with one of the hats. Which I'm almost going to have to do because we're so close here to the end. So if I did an L shape here, I'm just trying to think if I can get this in there as well. I don't think I can. That would take too much timing. Okay, so if I did L shape on this hat, that would be this one here. Then this here I can do 2 steps. So that would be 1, that would be 2. And then this one, it would make way more sense to use my 2 steps. And I get a hat. So we got 1, 2. And then what do I want to use for my hat? So I could either get another 1 step here, or I can plan for the future. I don't need any more bread, right? So I can hopefully get another hat and do a 2 step because, I mean, look at this. We're going to for sure need more. So this is going to be risking. No, I want to risk it almost because I'm like, if I block this one here, like if I go to this here, I need 1 more hat to get 2, or I can guarantee just a 1 step here. Because if I get a double hat, I can't even use the double hat for anything else. Ooh. Okay. I'm going to play it this way. I am going to play it where I do cover this one here. Oh, you know what? I was going to worry about attacking, but I don't need it right now. Okay, so I'm going to go across with my hat as well. And that is going to be round 7. This is the final round. I'm quite nervous. Let's see how we get. I didn't do almost anything. I mean, I am going to get 15 points for not going into any of the storms. Okay, we got these 2. We got the middle and then these 2 on the right. Not good. I don't need bread right now. So that was kind of unfortunate. I don't know if we're going to be able to make it. So this is the L shape. And again, we get to mirror it. So there's L. And then we go 1 up. And then we just have a 2 spacer. So that would be 1 and 2. Dang it. I miss it by a couple here. Dang it. Okay. Yeah, I think we run out. We don't have enough time for us to achieve at least the 20 points. Obviously, we get to continue on for the game, but as far as getting that higher 20 points, because we can only do 8 rounds as the limit. So let's go ahead. I'm like so sad because I'm like, we're not going to get a lot of points here. So we get 15 points here. We only have one bread, which gives us almost nothing. Actually, gives us exactly nothing. So we're going to do 15 points here. We didn't attack any of the goblins. We didn't attack the stone giant. We didn't go to the safe zone. We did get 2 points for crossing over into the new region. So, wow. So we got a whopping 17 points. Yuck. I mean, it would have been much better, yeah, crossing over here. So I think this area over here really hurt us quite a bit because of us not being able to go through since it was going to hit this goblin, and I didn't have a sword at the time. So probably good for the future to have a sword ready over here for us, because that definitely hurt. But nonetheless, we got 17 out of 151. Obviously, for solo mode, I don't think this kind of qualifies because I think that's when you're playing against other players. But for our solo, oh, you know what? Real quick, technically speaking, I could spend this one random and get a hat and then use the hat to get this tea. And then I could go up one more spot. I just want to feel better about myself, okay? Just let me, okay? And I give up my sword. And I get one goblin, which doesn't do anything for me because you need at least 3 to score points. But nonetheless, now we were only 2 steps away. I feel better. Even though that didn't do anything, I still feel better. So let's go ahead and accomplish that goal. And we got to just like try to run through this, right? As a solo mode. Okay, so this was probably more left. And then right over here, we have the number 4 storms are the danger storms, which kind of sucks for that one up there. And then this one over here. Okay. All right, so we are going to need bread for sure. Ooh, I like this because we can just like shoot straight up on the board. So I think we're going to for sure do this. So we got 1, 2, 3. So we used up this one. We can't use this one now. We do have a plus, which we have to use anyways. So we're going to go ahead and just do the plus right over here. So that one is used. And now the only thing that's different is, do we need to, or do we want to go here? Because we can also mirror this here. So we can get pretty far here, but the problem is if we don't have any bread, we're going to run into some other issues. But I think for now, especially because storms can really take us out, we're going to go ahead and do the Z shape over here. So we might end up just trying to plow through that. So we're not going to get any bread. So that was honestly a really good first round. So let's go ahead and do our next roll here. Okay. Looks like those 2. That was the middle. And there's that. Okay. So we have the 6, which does not affect us this time. That is great. And if we already crossed over, we don't have to worry about the other one. So we're good there. Okay. Ooh. That kind of sucks because we're going to need bread. So we have to take that. Oh, let me grab my bread. Because now we can't use the 2 spacer one. And I'm thinking, I ran into problems not having a sword earlier in the last game, but I'm also like, I just want to get across that line there. So I'm thinking we're just going to go ahead and run through here. So we're going to get that away and we're going to running through the storm. All right. So there's going to be that. Okay. So round 3, we had to take away a glory. We're just going to take the one over there at the very end. So technically speaking, we're still in this region. So we're going to go ahead and roll the 12-sided die. So, wow, those are like so close. Okay, so 12. So that's not going to really impact us. I still just want to mark them just because it's fun. And I'm already over the other 12. So, okay. Ooh, a double hat. So I see a bread. So let's go bring that out because we do need it. And then trying to see how we can. So we can't spend, or we can't stop into any of these spaces unless we have the proper amount of bread. What sucks is this double hat is with the 3 spaces. And you can technically also be stepping backwards as well too, because what I'm thinking is the three lines here. Oh, hold on. That was meant to go this way. I was like, what looked weird there? The dice I use, I'm just putting them down at the bottom. The ones I'm not using, I'm putting them at the top. So what I was going to say, sorry, was these 3 lines here, I can start it from a line that already pre-existed. So I can technically go across because I have enough bread for that. And then I can do the T here. So that way we can start working our way down. I'm just going to be worried about not getting any bread next round. So, because the double hat gets us 2 bread, but I like that moving forward. So that's going to be 1 line, 2, and then that's the 3rd line. And then we have enough bread to spend for those. And then we have the T over here. And because I already spent the bread to be here, we don't have to spend any more bread. So we're good there. Okay. Round 4. Now we don't need the 12-sided die. Come on, bread. Ooh. The bread god hurt me. But what sucks is the double bread is with a double line. Okay. Well, we could do... So we're going to need this double bread. I mean, I know I'm bringing them out just to put them away, but... I just want to do it. Let me live my life. And then we do these 2 here. So we got 1, 2, and then we got to spend that bread. Oh. I just dropped both of them. Great. That's a good skill. It takes skill to do that. And then I could just go, technically just create a T over here. So that's still fine with me. Okay, so round 5, we had to give up another... glory, so I'll take it from this troll here. And we did get this point over here just as a heads up, so we want to score it. All right. Okay, we got these 2 middle, and then cool, more bread. All right, so there's a spot over here that's with cobblestone, and these are narrow pathways, so we have to actually fit perfectly, otherwise we cannot go through those. But we actually got the exact dice we needed, and we don't need bread anymore. So that's going to be 1 line, and then it's going to be the L shape right here. Oh, man, is this like the perfect one here? Because that'd be 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry, hold on. 1. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, and then the L shape here. Wow. Okay. Feeling pretty good. 1, 2, 3, and then it's an L shape here. And then we do have a plus, which just moves us forward 1 more. My only thing is, do we want to try to be rushing it and miss out on some points? Yeah. Because we got to just, like, our whole thing here as a solo mode is we're trying to get by, man. We're just trying to get by. All right. Now we're in round 6. Okay, together. Ooh. Okay, so the red's not going to be needed for anything because we'll have a hat. And I'm liking these 2 dice here because that is going to help us turn the corner here. Right? So I'm going to work backwards here. So that's going to be the L shape. And that's going to be 1 and 2. And then 1, 2 from these. Plus I get the hat. I'm loving this. So we got 1, 2. That was this one. We do get a hat. We already have 1 hat. So I'm like, let's see. Because we're going to turn that corner so we can get this one here. Because I'm almost certain that when we cover up the hats, we have to use it right away. So we're on round 6 right now. So hold on. Just got to double check. Okay. Yeah. So it has to be used immediately. And the reason I was having to double check that was because there's another L, like a line in an L-shaped one that I was thinking about saving for later up here if I could. But since I can't save it for later, I'm trying to figure out what else I can do then. Because I can get another line here. So let me draw the other portion of this one here, just so we can kind of fill in a little bit more. So we got 1, 2, and then here we have the L shape. Because I'm thinking if we use the hat that we went through plus the hat we have on the die here, we can do 2 lines. So we do 1, 2, and then on round 7. I'm okay beating this round by 1 extra, like if I finish it next round without having fighting anybody. I'm not going to cry about it. I could also get 2 swords. I'd have to fight 5. And I already passed this region, which means I can't go back and fight the giant. The stone giant, I should say. Okay, so I am going to play it this way. I want to play it safe. And plus the stone giant, I need the Gandalf staff to be able to do that. So we got 1, we got 2. All right, round 7. There's no more glories to block off, so we're good there. That's what those little symbols underneath the numbers are. Oh, wow, that's on these 2, middle, and to the right. I was trying not to look at the actual stuff on the dice itself. Remember, we can flip that. So that right there would be 1 by itself. Go up 1. So we have enough to be able to win. Can we get any points? Trying to see if we can get any points here. Because I could also take my time and then maybe just do 1 more round, but obviously that would be really risking it. So let me see here. So real quick, we're going to do this one here. And this, again, we can mirror it. Where is it saying? Only just upside down. Did I play that wrong? All right, hold on. I got to check this. Yeah, no, it does equal that. Okay. Cool. All right, just like double checking on the rules. So I could make this exactly what I need. So it'd be 1, 2, and then the third right here. So 1, 2. Yeah. Okay, so this would be enough to win the game. Is there anything else I can do? I could take this hat and I can turn it into a bread, but I need 3 at least to get a 5 points. And I can't, I mean, I can attack maybe, but I don't have any swords. Okay. I think we're just going to go ahead and beat this guy or this level here. Okay, so let's go ahead and score up our points. So we didn't end up using this for anything. I mean, I could get a bread, but it's not going to give me any points. Okay, so let's go ahead and count this up. So we got 15 on the top here. We only went through 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces here on the bread spot, and there's nothing that gives us points for that. Didn't defeat any of the goblins or the giant stone goblin. Didn't go to the safety zone. I did get 2 points from this. Yay. And then don't forget, if you complete the objective as a solo mode, you get 20 points. So on the top here, we got 15. The next round here, we got 2 points. And then we got 20 over there. So that's going to be 37 points. Doesn't seem like a lot, but we got it. And granted, we had 1 more round that we could have gone through, but I would have rather just get to the end. Now, really quick pause here. If you are enjoying this compilation series playthrough, hit that like button down below. It lets us know that you enjoy this style of video, and make sure you're subscribed so that way you can get updates when new playthrough series and videos come out. The objective of this adventure here is the adventure ends when a player solves all 8 riddles, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those riddles here. We do have a ring. I said a ring. The 1 ring right over here that we can go ahead and get some additional points with. And then we also have Gollum that's around here blocking us. And we also have some water spots here that if we don't cover up, we actually get negative points for. So in this game, all we're doing is rolling the 12-sided black die. And that's going to give us choices on what we can draw as a path. And instead of just drawing a line, these ones we're technically supposed to draw in the whole thing. I don't want to use up that much marker, so I'll probably draw like either like an X or something around in each box. Now, because we're doing solo mode, there is quite a bit of a difference here for us. First off, our round limit is still 8. That's not technically true for every part, but just keeping in mind so far the first 4 parts are all a round limit of 8. So we have our round tracker over here. Obviously, all round 3, 5, and 7, we lose out on getting some glory points, so we'll probably take out the ones on the further side of this. But the biggest difference for solo mode here, it says each round, I roll the 12-sided die and choose 2 shapes matching the rolled number, and I can also go lower as well too. So it's not just like, for example, if I roll a 10, I could either do the 10 or an 8 or 9 or anything underneath that 10, but I get to choose 2. And then if I get into a spot that has additional shapes, I could do 2 bonus shapes per round, but anything beyond that would be wasted, is what they say. So if I could somehow get to 3 of them in one go, I can only use 2. And I'm pretty sure that is everything else. We get points for completing the riddles, which we got to do anyways. If we, I was going to say defeat this. If we get all 8 riddles, right, before the end of the 8 rounds, we do get 20 points for solo mode. So just something to keep in mind there. And then this one up here, this score tracker here says if we complete 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 or more of these sections here. So the way that works is we have to at least do a certain number at least 3 times and we get to mark it off. If we end up rolling another 9, let's just say, right, and we already marked these 3 off, we can still use that shape. We just can't get any more markings off on that one. So if that makes sense, like we'll still be able to do it. And you'll see it be played out here. Hopefully I read that right. But if not, let me know in the comments. As always, I like to make sure we get the rules correct here. So we'll go through and get started here. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. Oh, let's go ahead and read the story. This is our first attempt. So this says Riddles in the Dark. It says Lost in Darkness, Bilbo meets Gollum and they engage in a tense game of riddles. The stakes, freedom or death. Bilbo wins by chance, but Gollum realizes something is missing. Ooh. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So our tracker's here on round 1, and we do have to start over here. Whether you're doing solo or against other players, you do have to start over here with Bilbo on the left-hand side, and that's kind of where we're going to move forward on the map. So I think we're going to roll first and kind of see where we get started. Okay, so we got a 2. So we don't have too many options. Oh, that was so cheesy. So we can use the 1 and the 2. Remember, because if you get a 2 or whatever number you get, you can go also lower. And we get 2 of them. And I'm trying to see here. So we have 1 riddle up. And then we have the other riddles down here too. So I'm trying to figure out, do we want to go up or do we want to go down? One thing to keep in mind too, in order to complete a riddle, you just need 1 of each side to be covered. Right? So we have all 4 sides covered essentially. My thought would be if we have to get them all, I'm like, maybe we go up and then kind of make our way back down. So with 2, I think I'm just going to do X's. It'll be easier to kind of keep track of. So we got that there. And then we get to do it again because we're in solo mode. So we're going to go up and then we're going to cross off the river so we don't get those negative points for the end of the game. And that is going to be our first round. Okay, so let's go ahead and go into round 2. Okay, so that one is, yeah, that's the 6, right? No, that's the 9. Yeah, okay. So we can do 9s, 8s. Ooh, 9 would be really good because we can go quite a bit across. The starting X has to be at least adjacent to another one. So we can also go over here, which will get us an extra block. And that means we can get to this one here too. And then I'm trying to think. The 3 would actually be really good too, because we could just do kind of like an L shape here so we can get this other side, because we need to get that other side. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to do the L shape here, because that's going to help us solve that riddle. And then the other one was the 9 here, and that's 4. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we do have another freeze square. So I'm trying to figure out, do we want to just start going down? I think we will. So we'll go ahead and go down here. So we do complete this one here. Trying to make sure if there was anything else we could do. Nope. Okay, so that's going to be everything here for that turn. So now we're going to go to round 3. We do have to block off a glory. We had to complete all of the riddles anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and block off the ring glory just because at that point I just don't see us getting that. Okay, so we got a 7. So 7 has kind of like that T shape. So I'm trying to figure out, I can also still go down, so I know that because I like the 6, because 6 I can do 1, 2, and then 1, 2 and start kind of working this way and still figure out how to get down here and get to this other side as well too. Or I could do 1, 2, and then 1 and 1, and then this gives me an extra 1. So let's do this. So we're gonna go 1, 2, and then 1, 2, and then we do get 1 extra for this spot here. So I'm like, do we go down here? And then I'm thinking, if we do the 6, we could do, so the 6 is like that L shape, right? So I can go and get this one completed, and then I get 2 more shapes, because remember, I could do it twice as a solo player. So if I do 1, 2, 3, 4, so that's going to be the 6 over here. And then I get 2 more spots. So this is complete. So I don't want to go this way because I can't, if I do this, I'm going to lose that option, and I don't want that. So I'm trying to figure out, I can go across this way and start working this, or I can also take out this -2. I'm not as worried about losing some points here, so long as I accomplish our goals. So I'm not going to go out of my way. And I do want to get this, but I don't want to do it this turn. And then let's see. Part of me wants to go across here to not just block off this water, but to eventually get to these over here. And this would at least be 4 points if I can get there. But is that going to waste up some of my actions? Because I'm going to have to come up anyways. Versus if I just go across here. So if I do these 2. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to go there. So, because I did round 1, round 2, round 3. Okay, so I did do all my turns already, plus my bonus moves. So now we're going to go to round 4. Okay, so let's go ahead and do our next roll here. Okay, so we got 5. So we do 5 and under. There is a square. There's a 3 lines for the 4. Oh, we still need to get this over here. So I'm thinking if we do 3, we do 1, 2, 3, get a 2-pointer or an additional 2. And then figure out from there. Okay. Plus we're marking those down, right? So we got 1, 2, 3. So we got a bonus 2 that we can use. And then potentially use the 5 to do a square here and have another bonus 3. We just got to be careful not to do any more bonuses after that. So we have a bonus of 2. So if we do 1, 2 up here, and then we do a 5 here, so we do 1, 2, 3, 4. No. I guess that would work. No, we don't want to do that. Because I'm thinking, not that, I mean, we could still use that shape for later, but like that, the square would work better in these areas. And instead I can do 1, 2, 3. And then I get that 3 here. Plus I knock off that 3 here on the map. Oh, that's not done yet. Hold on. I'm getting too excited. So I have a 3. So I'm thinking 1, 2, 3 right across here. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I like that. So this one is marked off. So we could still use the 3 shape. We just can't knock any more off that board to get more points for it. So just something to keep in mind. All right, we have to take away another glory. So we're going to go ahead and take this one away. And I just also realized we did get this one. So we'll cover that up for aesthetic purposes. Okay, so we got 7 again. So we can use a 4 and do the 3 across here to complete this one, plus get the bonus. So we'll do 1, 2, 3. We have a bonus of 2. And I'm thinking 1, 2. And then we do the 5, right? Because then we could do 1, 2, 3, 4. Right over here to make that square. Yeah, I like that. I like it. I like it a lot. Yep, okay. So we're going to go to round 6. Ooh, that is not a good one. That was terrible. Okay, so we could just do 1 here to complete this one. We can go down 1 here, and then we get 3. And then we can maybe start working our way over here, and then we have another 1. So let's complete this one. So we got 1, 1. And we'll have another 1, 1 because it's the max we could do. But I'm thinking we do grab this one down here because now we can have 3. And I'm thinking 1, 2, 3. But we lose out on... No, we don't. We actually get that one. So 1, 2, 3. And now we have a bonus 1. So I'm thinking we could either go down here or complete this one over here. I like the idea of completing this one because we don't need to go around the full thing. So we just need one from over here. Okay. Double checking. Okay. So now we're in round 7. So for round 7, we have to take out one of these. So it doesn't really matter which one because we're not going to be able to get it beforehand. Oh, and this one was complete, by the way. Okay. Let's roll. Okay, that was the 9. Okay, not bad, not bad. Let's see. We have this round and the next round and the game over. So I'm trying to make sure we do the right moves here. I'm thinking maybe a 6 and we do the L shape. But that's a lot to get just 2 corners. Is there anything else I could do? Got 9, so it's a 4. So technically this is here, so I could do 1, 2, 3, 4. But that's a lot to just go across and get nothing else. Trying to play this out so I can make good moves. Because I don't really care. I mean, I obviously want to get more points, but I need to complete the mission so I can go to the next part. Otherwise, I'm going to have to play this again, which is fine. It's my own doing here. Just also trying to figure out, making sure if I can get any extra or bonuses, if it's going to be worth it. Because I can go here and here to get the 8, which would give me an extra 1, which I can use for this here. And then I can maybe use the 6 to do 1, 2, 3, 4. That might be my best move. Okay, so I'm going to do the 8. So that's going to be these over here. So I do the Z shape. That gives me 1 bonus 1, which I can use for this one here. So I complete this. And then I was looking at doing this over here for the 6. So I could do, because it's 3 and then 1. So it'd be, I'm going to double check in case I want to redo it. So 1, 2, 3, and then go 1 across. So in my next turn, I just need to do these down over here. Is that about right? That can be my best move. Also, hold on, I gotta make sure. Did I cross that off? So round 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. So now we're on the last round. So if I could get that 12, that'd be great. Okay, so we got a 6. Okay, so the 6 would... I can do the L shape here, and then I can do a 1. And what's cool is that would knock off the 6 and the 1, and then I would complete. So I think I'm going to do that. I'm just wanting to double check in case I can like knock off any water. Is there anything else I can do that would be more advantageous? Trying to double check. Okay, so I think I'm going to do that. So this is going to be the 1, 2, 3. That was going to be the 6 shape, which completes that one. And then I just need a 1 over here, which completes this one here. And I complete all the riddles, which is the requirement by the 8th round. So now we get to track up our full score. So obviously we did all 8. So we get the 40 there. We did not get the ring, so we don't get that. And then, so to complete these, we did 1, 2, 3 of them fully, which gives us 15 points. We do get 20 points for completing the mission by the round limits for solo mode. And then the negative points, so we block that one. So that's 5 right there. That's another 5, so that's 10. That's 14, 15, 16. So negative 16. But what's nice here is we did get a lot of glory points. So we got 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. Okay. Okay, so now we go ahead and add all this up. So that's 40 plus 15, so that's 55. And then, so 16 minus 18, obviously, so that's gonna be 2 points, or I guess 18 minus 16, my bad. So it's gonna be 2 points right there plus the 22, so it'll be 22 points. And then right over here, what is that? 5, 6, 7. So 77 points for completing part 4, which obviously we accomplished the main goal, and we ended up with 77 points. So in this part over here, we have all of our dwarfs that need to be saved, and they are being attacked by the wargs, and we need to make sure that we draw paths to each different dwarf, as well as having the Great Eagle flight path going ahead and supporting our dwarfs as well. So we kind of have 2 paths that we're going to be intercrossing here for us. The other big difference is we now have pine cones, and instead of bread, we collect the pine cones, and we get to ignore one of the wargs being blocked, or we can use multiple pine cones to block off the 2 that would be potentially coming at us. Any swords that we get in this round will equate to going through the flight path, as well as landing on any spaces with the eagles. Those will also give us flight paths as well. So for our objective, we just got to connect all, I believe, 13 dwarfs. And then there is Gandalf, but he does not count in the objective. But obviously, if we want to try to score some points, and since we are in solo mode, we have our round tracker up here. And we got a little tracker. So part 5 says we actually get 9 rounds this turn, so we got to remember that. And that we apply the black 12-sided die, and that's going to indicate which of the wargs are going to be blocking us on our path. And I'm just trying to make sure. I think I got everything here. So let me go ahead and read the little story along here. And again, this only happens the first time we play these parts. So if we had to play again, hopefully not, but hopefully also as well too. I enjoy losing at times because that just gets exciting. You know, we had to like figure out a new path. Things that didn't work the first time might work the second time, and vice versa. So here it says, out of the frying pan into the fire. It says, escaping the goblins, the company now faces hungry wards and deadly flames as they cling to the treetops. Flaming pine cones will make for handy weapons until the great eagles arrive to rescue them. All right, I'm excited for this. Let's go ahead and get started. Like I said, any of the base rules, make sure you go through from part 1 and 2, kind of go a little bit more into detail on how the entire game works. So let's go ahead and roll. So we got these 2, the middle, and then the one on the right. So that is going to be the 6. So anything with a 6 will go ahead and be blocked here for us. So this is a blocked path. I'm just going to go draw like this. And where's my other 6? The eagle can still go through. I just cannot have my stuff around them. So I could get some bread, which is equating to our pines right over here, pine cones. A sword will help us with the eagle, like we talked about. But we also got to get our paths going too. So this is going to be an interesting, like, which options. This is 3 steps for us, and I like that. That helps us move along really fast. And we have to start at Dell. So let's see. We can always mirror the images. 1, 2, and I can't go through the dwarfs. By the way, 3rd, 5th, and 7th, and even on the 9th round, just like before, we had to block off any of the glories. So not that we aim for really high points this first ever playthrough, but I do still want those points if I can get them. So let's see here. What's funny? Nothing is funny. I'm just kidding. Everything's funny. I'm wondering if I should just go straight up or straight down. I mean, they kind of equate to the same thing. There's a pine over here. Because what I'm seeing here is if I go up and go to this guy, oops, kind of covered up that glory. I do get that glory. Well, I don't get it yet. It has to be saved altogether. So if I take this one, I'll leave that alone. I'll kind of just block it up this way. And then I'm trying to see how I can use this path to go up. Maybe that wasn't the best move. Maybe I redo that one. Because there's also this line over here. I'm going to have to connect them at some point. But I got to make sure if that was the best move. Plus, if I go through these wargs now and they roll later, they're not going to affect me the same way. So I might actually switch up my strategy here. Let me actually wipe that down. I'm still going to use that dice, but I'm going to go this way. And then I can go around, or I can go down. I'm going to go down because I can mirror the dice. So I'm not saving those dwarfs just yet, but I'm moving across pretty quickly here. And I think I'm going to take this path because it's a lot more spaces. So it'd be 1, 2, and then I can get to that dwarf. So let's go 1, 2, and then that's going to be the L shape here. Okay, so that is going to be round 1 for us. We're going to go to round 2. Okay, we got these 2, the middle and here, and any of them with the 1. Did we already walk through some of those? Where's the 1? Ah, this one gets blocked. That one's going to be really tough now. Look at us making bad decisions. Yay. Oh, here's the other one. I was like looking for it. All right. Ooh, we have a 2 sword, which would help us move along the eagle. And then this one sword or a 2 path. So I like the 2 swords. So I think we're going to take that one. It doesn't really matter which of the birds we technically go for, but if we're also going to need to make sure we try to get a glory, this one's already technically connected to my path here, so we're going to start working on this here. So you draw your line up to the first arrow, which is technically Gandalf. Sorry, I think I said technically quite a few times just now. I caught myself. All right. So we're going to that first arrow. Now we got a 1 line and then an L shape. Which way do we want to go? Man, this is going to be annoying. You got to go like around this character for that dwarf. Let's see. Which way do we go? I'm thinking maybe we go down and then save this dwarf down here because no, he's not blocked. He's not going to be blocked. That's fine. Just trying to figure out my pathways. Okay, so, well, I'm going to have to get down to this dwarf here, and if this one gets blocked by most of them, that's going to be really hard. So I'm going to use this L shape, and again, I can do the mirroring of it. So it's going to go down to the left, or to the right, and then we get to go across. And then I have my one die here, which I think I'm going to just go ahead and connect this guy. Okay, yeah, because I'm going to have to connect all of them anyway, so we're just going to go ahead and connect him. Okay, so round 3, we have to block off one of the glories, and I think we're just going to block off that one. Okay, let me just take a look. This is my first time playing part 5, by the way. I'm a little nervous on how it's working out so far for us. Okay, so we got the 2. Okay, we got one up here. Where's the other 2? Okay, we already passed the other 2, so we're good there. And then, let's see, we do have a hat. So Gandalf's hat gives us different tools that we could use this time. And I'm wondering if we need to start saving up some pine cones because that's going to hurt us if we don't have any later. There's another 3 over here. And by 3, I mean like 3 spots that we can move forward in, which I like. We have a plus, and then we have the 2, or I can use the Gandalf's. And I can mark off one of these on the next rows if I wanted to, and then save them for later. We're in round 3, and we've only gotten a little bit with our little birds over here, so something is telling me I should probably also focus on that. Let's see. 1, and then an L shape. So I can go save this guy down here, and I got to be careful because, yeah, if a 12, 9, or a 10 come up, or any of those come up soon, that's going to make it really hard to do. So I might end up skipping out on the hats in this round. So got that, and then we have our L shape right here. Okay, so I'm doing that to remind myself that I already finished those. Like, do I want to work backwards here a little bit? Because I got 1, 2. Let's see. So we got 1, 2. So I can go get this guy right now. If I do the plus over here, plus I get a hat, and then I can go all the way up to the top and to the left. My bigger worry is all this being blocked over here, and same thing with this guy over here. Maybe I should have gotten some pine cones. I could do at least 1 pine cone. No, I can't, because I'm going to use up these. Oh, but I'll get the hat. If I go this route, I'll get the hat. You know what? And I'm going to have to go down here at some point too, which I could technically start from Dell. Decisions. If I do the plus over here, and then I can go up 1, 2, and then go to the right, so I can get over here. I think I might actually do that. So let's do the plus over here. So that's now connected. And then I'll do this one, which is going up 1. Oh, shoot, I can't do that. I mean, I could start. You know what? I could still do that, just not use the plus yet. So instead of using the plus, this one I can have start down here. So that's 1, that's 2, and then here's the L shape. So hopefully that made sense for you. But if not, just as a quick thing, I originally was using this for the plus over here, but instead I'm just going to use this, and I can start my line down here at the bottom and move upward. Because now I can use this plus over here to get past the 10, so I don't have to worry anymore about that one. And I think that's the way I'm going to do it. So here's where the plus is going to go. Okay. All right, we are now in round 4 out of 9, and I've barely got any of my eagle paths. Okay, together, these. Okay, and then that is a 9. So if a number comes up twice, nothing else happens to it. But let's see. So the 9's already been used here. Where's the other 9? And oh, nice. That was a good decision because now that is not anything I need to worry about. So these are both bread. So I'll just obviously use one of those for a pine cone. Let's see. Let's go. Most likely use the 2, but I'll keep it aside here for a second. So I could go up and then grab this guy over here with either one of these, which I think I'm going to go ahead and do. So I go a line up, and then this is going to be the L-shaped angle right over here. So I'll just use that one. And then where else do I want to go? And I need to start getting swords. I can also get the eagles over here on the path. Trying to think which way will be better. We're going to have to also save these guys as well too. And I'm thinking, well, I guess I'm already over here. I can just add like a plus to one of those if I needed to later. I got to save this guy as well, which is going to give me the best way to move forward fastest is what I'm trying to look for. So we got 1, 2, and then I can go up. So if the 4 doesn't get picked, I can kind of just go save this guy potentially by 1. I think I'm going to do that. Kind of made that line go a little far, but okay. So we're going to use that other one here, go 1 space, and then do an L. And we got a pine cone. So if we roll a 4, we'll be fine. We'll be safe. Also too, as we are going through this game, if you're enjoying this playthrough series, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe so you can get notified when the next episode in this series drops. All right, we had to block another glory. And it's looking like this guy over here. Yeah. And I'll most likely block off Gandalf because I can save this guy once I get the eagle line across. Okay, together by itself, and then together. We got a 7. All right, where are my 7s? Okay, so we got a 7 here and a 7 over here. And I'm wondering if I should block any of those with our pine cone. There's nothing else. I mean, I guess I get points without having to use the pine cones. And I'm not too worried about this one here because this path is so easy to go to. And these ones I already have like a path through them. I already got that guy, so I think we're good there. I definitely think we're good there. Okay, so we either have a hat or a really long L shape. And I like that L shape because it gives us a lot of options. This one here is our one that we get to automatically use, and we can connect this guy up here. And then we have a hat and a T intersection. And the hat we can potentially use for 1 eagle, so we can start moving that birdie across. Oh, this guy also needs to be saved too. Funny how the guys that are closest to the start are the ones that I didn't even focus on. Interesting. Okay. So I'm going to use this middle one here. We have the big L. If we can't use it, would we actually use it for... Oh, no, we could go right here. So that would be here, corner, and then go up 1. So I think we're going to do that. Okay, so we have to... So that's going to be one side. Here's going to be the L shape. And then we get another one up here. We get to save that guy. I mean, they're not fully saved until the birdie, but we also have a T shape. But what I'm thinking is, because we can obviously use the T shape to get more of these guys, but I think we should use this for the hat so we can go ahead and get a bird. Because we got to move this along here. Okay, so he's not saved yet because we still got to connect him to that road, but I think that was the better move here. Okay, so round 6. Big money. Okay, together. That one's in the middle. One over here. All right, we got a 2. 2's already blocked there. 2's already covered over here. Okay, so we're good on that one. Oh, I do see a sword. And I'm thinking we do use a sword. But before we officially... So this one's the same, so we're just going to have one of those. And where do we want to use this one? So I could go here and get like an L shape. I can't go past this because it's blocked, but I can at least go down here, and then I just need a 1 individual. I don't know if that's worth it. If I go do kind of something similar here, but if I go up here, I get a hat, and then I have a hat, which then I can use to get more birdies. And by birdies, I mean eagles. Eagle. Which path is righteous for me? I can also go up this way, and I can get a pine cone. I'm not too worried about the wargs as much anymore. We got most of the ones blocked off from our own path, and I'm just trying to see which way. Yeah, if I go. So I can go up here. I can start going up this way. And that might, no, I like the idea of getting this hat. So if I use this, I can go up this way and then do the L shape here. Is that a good idea? I'll get the hat, but I feel like that it's a little bit of a waste. Right? I think so. I mean, either way, I would be coming up here and going down this way. So it'd kind of equal out the same. You know what? I'm just going to play it that way. I'll probably be completely wrong, but that's okay. And I'm going to use this hat. So we got 2 birds. So we go 1 here and then 1 all the way across over here. So this one is officially saved because he's already touching the road. And so is this one. So we have two spaces and a sword. Yeah, those the lack of the other 2 birds going all the way through is starting to scare me. And we still have this guy to save as far as the lines go. This one would be actually a direct shot. I almost just want to do that. Let's just do that. Nope. No. Oops. I'd have 3 more rounds to get the birds. I only have so many more hats left for... You know what? Man, what a tough decision right now. If I was playing this live, it'd be fun because then I can hear other people's opinions and what they were thinking. But you could also leave me in the comments, a comment, obviously, what you think would have been a better choice in this moment, whatever the time is right now. In round 6, doing the sword to get the birds across or using the 2 space over here. I think I'm going to end up going with the sword for now. Let's hope that's not the worst mistake I've ever made in my entire human life. Okay. So now round 7. We have to block another glory, and then it's going to be the Gandalf one. Yeah, because I couldn't get a road to him. Okay, together. And then 11. Oops. I do have a pine cone, but that one's already blocked. This one over here would get blocked, but I think we're okay here. The pine cones don't seem too useful at this point, unless I'm playing it wrong, but I don't think I am. So we do get a sword automatically. So we're just going to go ahead and work our way down here. Okay. And yeah, I'm not really worried about the bread, so we're going to take this option here, and then we'll see which one of these 2 works out better. I'm pretty sure that line over here, I can do that again. Let's see. Do I... So I can't go through those. I got to figure out which of these paths do I take. I'm almost certain I'm going to use this bottom one, so let's just go ahead and do that. So he is officially connected to the road. We just got to get the birdie across to him. And by birdie, I mean eagle. I keep saying birdie. And then this one, we got that interesting double L shape. So it would be, and I can start working my way up. Or it would be, nope, I can't go that route. I make noises when I'm trying to decide which way to go. Still got to connect these guys down here, so I should be very cautious with that. So I think I am going to go like this with this one here. So, because I can redraw over another path that already existed, and I think we're going to do that. All right, we're going to go to round 8. I'm not feeling very confident right now. I'm just going to be honest with you guys. We'll see how it ends up, though. Ooh, a big L. Okay, and then we have the number 8. Where are you, 8? Ooh, that was a very bad line. And then that one would be up here as well. I think we're going to be fine not using the pine cone. We'll just save it in case we do end up getting additional one. We'll get points. So this big L here, I really like that one. We do have a hat, which we'll most likely end up using instead of the bread. So I know we'll end up doing that. We do have a T, which we can connect either this guy or one of these guys down here. And then this, let's see. Which one of these ones here that hasn't been connected yet, it will be like the death of us or the loss of this mission. Yeah, I thought those eagles going across. It's going to make this so difficult with one more roll after this. Okay, so I'm trying to see if we go up to the corner and then one further. That might be our best shot here. Okay, so I'm going to take this bigger L shape because I'm worried. Actually, hold on. Nope, that's not going to work. I'm worried that we're not going to get to this corner piece over here. I'm more worried that we're not going to get enough eagles, which means I think we're going to have to take that hat and turn it into an eagle. Well, account it for an eagle coming up. And then we're just going to use this T here for this character, which will now be officially connected. We did actually save Gandalf. We just don't get the points, the glory points for him. And then we could also use this L shape to save this guy and then go up. So that way we can maybe go across. Yeah, so I think that's what we're going to do. We're just going to actually use this one here. And then we technically get a pine cone. Okay. Round 9. There's no more glories to block off because we already saved him. Okay, together, middle to the right. Ah, dang. Okay, so we got 12. So we got down here. And this one here. Which is fine. We don't need those ones. Okay, so let's use this right over here. That sword, so we could draw. Oh man, funny enough, he's not saved yet. I mean, I could save him with this one here. Which I'm going to do. Might as well try to save as many as I can. I mean, if we're going to lose, we at least try to get as many points as we can, right? I feel like that would be the best. Because even if we use the eagle for this one, it's not going to save him. Use the eagle on this side, we at least save this dwarf. Which I think we're going to do. We're just going to use the eagle. So he is saved. We tried our best. Yeah, because it's 9 rounds. Okay, so let's add up here. Yeah, so we're at 9 rounds. We did everything we could. And this is what our map ended up turning out to. We ended up missing out how many of the eagles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dang. Okay. Okay. So I see the focus that we had to do next time in our path here. The pine cones became less important than I thought it would be. So let's go ahead and add everything up here. So we get points for every dwarf that has been added to the route, regardless of the bird saving them or not. So I know we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we got 11 dwarfs from just that. By the way, I'm just gonna mark these. And then how many dwarfs plus the eagles did we end up getting to? Those are the ones I did mark. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. And then pine cones, we only have 2, so we missed out by 1 to get that extra 5 points. And then did we get Gandalf? We did, so that's a 10-pointer. We didn't get to the bird's nest down here, so we don't get those. We do get 4 glory points for having saved this guy over here. And then had we won the accomplishment for this by the end of round 9, which was connecting all of them, we would get 20 points in solo mode, which we obviously did not. So up here at the top, let's see, that's 25, so that's 45. And then down here we have 10 plus 4, so that's 14. And then what is that? 55, 59 points. Let's do a little bit better there. So we ended up getting 59 points here in part 5. Let's do this. Let's see how far we can get. If we can win this, and if we at least don't win it, can we at least get more points than we did in the last game? Okay, so we got, it looks like these two, the middle. I know it's not perfect, but try to do it as quickly as possible without seeing what the dice are and being objective on that. So we have 8. So we're gonna go ahead and just do X's on this round or attempt, just to hopefully maybe use up less space than I did last time. Okay, so we have a straight line that we have to use, and then we have hat, straight line, hat, and then a T. So we got some really good items here on this first roll. Now, I'm not gonna make the same mistake I did before. So I'm gonna go ahead and draw the first line over here to this guy. I'm gonna just kind of curve it a little bit because I wanna make sure I pay attention to that glory, whether I can achieve it or not. And then what we're gonna do here, man, I'm loving these different options that we have. Because I'm thinking if we take this T, we can start going across over here and maybe go up and down, because there's a lot of wargs down here. And if these start getting blocked off, it's gonna cause some chaos for us on our path. So I think I'm gonna take this T and I'm gonna go down this direction and we're gonna cross here. So hopefully that's gonna help us out. And then this one, we have 2 lines. I can just connect this guy here and we're done with this section. Or I can come down here and connect him and save him. Or we can use the hats to start collecting some birds. Okay, so we have some options here. And I love me options. I love me options. Just taking a moment here to see which way would be better. Because it's still pretty early in the game, but I would at least like to, because we only get 9 rounds, to try to get a couple of birds as we go through here. I'm just really scared about the guys blocking here. But you know what? I'm gonna take the hat. And I'm gonna just do the 1 bird, because the other ones are gonna be multiple birds anyways as well. So I'm gonna go in the middle again. And that I think is everything we can do for round 1. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to round 2. so together, middle, and then together. All right, so the 9 is going to be our blocked path. Where's the other 9? Over here. Okay, so we do get one of these automatically, which I'm going to actually move it down here. So bread in this round gives us a pine cone instead, and then we can use that pine cone to do the block, obviously. Most likely would take the 2 over the 1, but just give me a moment on that one. Okay, so the thing I like about this T here is it would connect us with this first dwarf, and then it would start going down here, so we hopefully don't get fully blocked. And I think I'm just going to go for it. So we're going to connect this guy here. So we're now going down this path, and we do have a pine cone to stop it if it does a roll of 4, or we could just take these 2 and just go all the way through here. I like the idea of going all the way through, but I also like the idea of I could just connect this guy and be done with this one over here, but there's nothing else blocking me. I'm going to go across. I just don't want that 4 to roll in and then we get shafted. Okay, so that is everything we could do for this round. Now round 3, we do have to block a glory, and I think I'm just going to block this glory down here. Okay. Next dice roll. Okay, together, middle, and then to the right. And then the 1. So the 1 gets blocked over here. Where's the other 1? Oh, right over here. So we already went past it, which is great. So we don't have to worry about that one. And then we have a couple options here. So we got a double hat. So I can already use that to just draw 2 more eagles. And I keep saying birds earlier, but that's also fine. Eagles / birds. Or I can add up here to start building up for the 3 birds. I think I'll just go ahead and do the 2 for now. So let's go ahead and so we go 1 and 2. Okay, so that one's used up. I could use a sword. So one of the things I'm seeing here is this T over here, we can go and come down here and then do a T right over here. So we don't have to worry about these wargs anymore. And I like that, so I think we're going to use that. And then I'm going to play it safe, and I'm going to go with a sword. And if we can save this guy before I had to give up another glory, I think that'll be good. Okay. There we go. So we're going to be in round 4 now. Okay, together, middle to the right. We got the 10. Let's see, 10's down here, and then 10 up here. I don't think I'm going to block it. If I needed to, I'd probably block the 2 or the 3, or even the 12, so if I can't get through. Ooh, double sword. I'm going to go for that one for sure. I'm not even going to think twice about that. I guess I can attempt to go this way for the double sword. Because if I can get to that glory, but no, I'm not going to be able to. Okay, so we have a T crossing and then the big L shape, which is a 3 spacer. So if I can save this dwarf over here, which I can easily do with a plus, I'll make sure I get the glory points for it. If there's any way I can get Gandalf now as well, because I had to block off one of those glory. Oh no, I can block off this glory. So I just need to get Gandalf by next turn. I'm just trying to draw out my path, like which way would I want to go? Because I also got to go get these guys. Like Gandalf's nice to potentially save, but definitely not a requirement. I do like that there's a hat over here by him. I can also save this dwarf down here with the big L shape. Right? Yeah. And I can get a Oh, no, I can't go that way. Because I can't go through him. Let's see. Can I save this guy before the 12 gets rolled? Because otherwise I'd have to go all the way around him, and that would be really painful. Yeah, so I can use both of these to go save the dwarf over here on the bottom right. And I think I'm going to just go ahead and do that. So the way I'm going to do it is I have to use one of those L's on this piece here, or one of the straight lines, and then the L shape, and then go down. So that's that one. And then I'm going to use the plus sign over here, so I don't have to worry about the 12 being rolled anymore. And now it's round 5, and we're going to go ahead and... Okay. I think I'm going to block Gandalf Glory, because if I can get 2 eagles or swords, I can save this guy. Yeah, that'll be good. Wow, second time I... Oh my gosh. Okay, so these, that was in the middle technically. I just bumped it. And then to the right. So that's a 6. So we got one of the 6s up here. And the other 6... It's already being used or blocked. So we're good there. So this T intersection, long T intersection, and then we have a hat, which we can start working towards the 3 birds, which I'll probably end up doing. Oh, funny, I can actually save Gandalf now. But there's no point, because I don't have enough of the birds. I'm a little worried for these guys up here. I'm not anywhere close to them right now. And I'm trying to see if there's anything I can do to get to them soon. And this guy's not saved yet either, and I need to save him before I lose that glory. Not that I need the points, but I might as well try to get them. And I'm thinking maybe I just go up and then do the T over here, and I get a hat. This would connect with the plus, but I lose the hat opportunity. Oh, these are tough decisions. Okay, so this is one that we have to use. So I'm thinking we go up and then intersect here. So we do save him. So we're going to get these points. And then we get a hat. So I'm going to use one of that to block, or not block, but to use for this. How many more? We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more times we need. So I'm gonna definitely use the sword, and I'm gonna go over this way because we have a chance to get those glory points as well. This guy's technically safe. That guy's not fully safe yet. Okay, so my next thing would be, do I want the hat? Or do I want the T intersection, or not the T intersection, sorry, the full cross intersection to move along a map here? I can do this one down here and just save this guy, get another pine cone, which will block any of the wards from getting us again. And I think I'm going to do that. Go over here. So we'll get another one of those. So we're going to use that T. Now, really quick, before we continue on with this current game, if you are enjoying this, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to help us out and let us know that you are enjoying this series playthrough. Now, also in the show notes down below, if you want to go ahead and sign up for our newsletter, we'll keep you updated with any board game discounts that we see, any of our current playthroughs that we're showcasing, as well as any other gaming accessories that can enhance your gaming sessions. Okay, round 6. Okay, together, middle, and then to the right. Okay, we have the 8. So 8 already showed up, so we don't have to worry about that one. We have a 3 spacer, which is really good. We have a 1 space and a sword, which most likely will use the sword. Actually, I almost definitely will just use the sword. I'm not even going to question it. So we're going to go across. Dang it. Well, I could technically take one of these dice and use it for a bird, so I can save this guy over here and get the points. which won't matter as much if we don't win, but still want to try to get as many points as we can. And I might just do that. So I'm going to use this down here to get one more eagle. So he's going to now be saved. So I got to block this off so I can't use that again. And then we have 3 spaces. And I'm looking over here and I'm like 1, 2, 3. And we can connect this guy up here. 1, 2, 3, or get this guy here. And this guy has 2 things that can block him or block us from getting to him. And that seems way scarier. So let's do that. Let's go 1, 2, 3. And so he's fully saved actually from that because it's the road and the birdie. So that was going to be this one here. Okay. So round 7. Oh, technically I also scored this. There's no more glories to block, so we're good there. And we roll our dice. Okay. Together, middle to the right. Okay, so the 10 over here gets blocked, which we already did, so we're good there. Ooh, double swords. I almost need to take the double swords. So here's the only downside about trying to get the eagle across, is that once we do, the swords will become useless, which we still have 2 spaces over here for other things. But still, nonetheless, we have to get them across, so I got to use this double sword. So that's going to get over here, and this guy's now saved. Then we're going to go over here, and this one's now fully saved. Okay, so there's that. We have a T intersection, and then we have a sword and a 3 spacer. Now we only need 1, 2, 3 more movements for the eagle. And we also are trying to work on this, so I think we're going to be safe on not using the sword and using the 3 movements. Because that's going to give us way better options. And we can go all the way up here now. We still need to save this guy. Yeah, this guy was saved over here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to use the 3 steps over here. So it's going to be 1, 2, and then 3. So he's just fully saved. And then we have a T intersection, which you can use to get this guy. Or we can use to start working our way this way. I don't want to forget this one. So we're going to use it down here to connect this guy. All right, round 8. Let's not miss the dice tray this time. Okay, together, middle to the right. That is going to be a 6. And I think we're good on the 6 here. Yeah, we're good on the 6. Okay. So we do have a hat. So we could use it over here for the bird. Oh, man. This one doesn't have a random dice to use to gain a hat. I didn't. Oh, the risk on that is if we don't get a hat on the next roll, which is 9, we're not going to have these 3. Wow. But I don't know what else I could do to get another. I mean, we just have to be lucky for the swords, I guess, or a hat. Okay. We're going to use that. Okay. So with this L shape, I mean, they're both the same thing, so it doesn't really matter which one I use, but I can go here and then do the L shape, connect this guy. And then I can connect this guy with the T over here. I still have this guy too. Oh man, this is looking tough. Okay. So we're gonna do, so the line across and then go over here. So this guy's safe. So that's with this one. And And then the T shape. Where was I going to go for that one? Is it this one that I was going to save? Oh, the line went a little too far. So I can save him now by doing the T shape over here. Still got to save this guy too, but I think if I'm going to use the T shape, I'm going to use it over here, and then that's the second spot there. So this guy's fully saved too. Okay. Oy. Last round. We got to get a good dice roll because, let's see, what do we have here? So we still have the 3 here, so we just need 1 hat, and then we're good on the eagle. But the other problem is we still need a path for this guy and a path for this guy. Because these two are technically connected to the path. I just don't have the eagle on them. Ooh, boy. We need a really good dice roll. I hope we get this good dice roll. Okay, so together, middle, together. And then we got a 9. Let's see. There's nothing with the 9s because we already have those used up. So we did get the extra hat. Wow, that was the one over here. Let's just do that one first. So we're going across. So this guy's fully saved. This guy is fully saved. And then going here. Okay. Hold up. Okay, so I'm doing a lot of thinking right now because we could easily use one of these dice to save this guy, but this guy over here happens to be in peril. So I'm not going to use the bread. Right? Because using the bread only gives me a 1 road, so I don't really need that. So this would go up and create a T. Oh, hold up. So I can mirror this. So it'd go up, and then it would be an L shape. And then this one would be going across and then creating the T intersection, but I get a hat, and then I just need one of these hats to, holy smokes. We legit got the roll that we absolutely needed to make this work. Okay, so let's go ahead and I guess that'll also work the same whichever way I do this. So I can mirror that, right? Oh, wait, shoot. Hold on, I can't start from down here. Okay, so I have to work backwards. So this is a T shape. And then it comes out this way. I do get a hat, which doesn't matter which one I use. I'll use this one to draw this line. So he's connected. Wow. Okay, so I use this. So that goes away. And now this, it's just inverted. So I'm going to go ahead and draw the L shape here and then go down here. Wow. The very last thing I could absolutely do. That hat on the map really came in. That was incredible. That was fantastic. Okay, so let's go ahead and add up our scores here. Now this one's a little easier for scoring because we did get all of the 13, right? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yep, we got all 13. And then we saved all 13 plus got the birds to them as well. As far as pine cones, we only are at 2, so we're 1 shy of at least getting 5 points. We did not end up saving Gandalf, and I'm totally fine with that at this point. We didn't get to the bird's nest. Now, these are a little bit tougher when it's a solo mode because you're limited on rounds. So that's mainly for when you're playing with other players. As far as glories, we get 4 plus 4, so we get 8 there. And then just so you know that when we play solo mode, if you accomplish the task at hand, you do get 20 points as well for doing that. And if it's on hard mode, it's 50, I believe. So here at the very top, we get 100 points, which is the max you can get. That's the first time we actually did that. And then we're going to do 20 plus 8, so that's going to be 28. So in total, we got 128 points for part 5. The way to accomplish this one here, it says the adventure ends when a player fills in 12 spider spaces. The rest of that doesn't really matter because we're doing this in solo mode. One other thing to keep in mind too for the solo mode, if we accomplish this task, we do get 20 points. So I'm going to just write that on the board so we have it on there. Now, there are some differences in this mode. This is very similar to part 4, I believe it is. But the big objective is, again, we have to fill in all the spiders. So there's a bunch of little spiders all across here. And that's it. We don't have to save any of the dwarfs for any reason, for whatever reason. That's not the intent of this one, but they are trapped. So I feel like if we get the spiders, we effectively get the dwarves. I'm going to look at it that way. If we step on any of the swords here on the field, they do start hurting us. So the more that happens, the less points we get. So if we don't step on any swords, we get a full 12 points. If we save any of the dwarfs, they all have glory points. But just like before, there's certain rounds that will take away glory points for the solo mode. And similar to round 4, if we accomplish 3 of a style, we will get the points attached to that number. And then if we fill in the adjacent spaces around the dice, the private black dice on there, we also do get that as a solo player as well, which says right over here. And the only 2 other things that we need to make sure we know here in solo mode is we have a max of 7 rounds to accomplish our goal. So this is actually the shortest amount of rounds out of all the games. And when we roll the 12-sided die, we get to choose twice. So similar again to round 1. And if we do end up with a black dice, it has to be after we use our first 2. So we can't just use an extra dice roll. So let's go ahead and get started. We're on round 1. By the way, we start over here at the bottom left with Bilbo. And right before I forget, we actually do have our story since this is our first attempt here. It says, a dark way through Mirkwood. Lost in Mirkwood, Bilbo and the dwarves are ambushed by giant spiders. Bilbo fights back, but the dwarves remain trapped in thick webs, their fate hanging by a thread. All right, all we need is just the black die in this one. Let's roll. We got a 1. That is probably the worst roll we can get at the beginning. So we get twice, but the only one we can take is the 1. So we're going to go ahead and cross both of those off. And last time we went through this, we just did X's across, and it has to be adjacent. So the way we're going to work this is we're going to start up here at the top, above Bilbo, and then go 1 to the right. And that is all we can do. That was a terrible roll. Let's go to round 2 here. Oh, wow, complete opposite. So we got 12 now. So if you recall, with 12 or any other number, you could choose that number in that row or any of the ones underneath it. So having the 12, let me double check just one last thing real quick. And I think it'll show us here. Okay, so I just had to go through there. It was actually in part 4 that it showed what to do with the 12. I just wanted to double check it. So, because I don't even think we got a 12 in part 4. So this one, it's 6 spaces that we get to use, and it's whatever shape we want it to be in. And so I think, we could do one long one, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and have it go in one of these 2 directions. Because that's one long 6 space. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that would be 6, because it could be in any shape. If I'm not correct on that, please let me know. I'm going to cross that off. And we do have 1 free space extra to use. And I think we will go up 1 here. And then we have another 6. So do we want to go again across? Because we can't go so far over here. And here we're pretty limited too. I'm almost thinking we kind of go around this area. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we cross that. And then we have another 1 free space. And we can go right over here. And since we got another 1 free space, we can cross this one out And before the end of this round, we get to roll this again for the private die. And for the private die, it's just one use. So number 4. So we could either use a 4, a 3, 2, or even do a 1 and complete that one because that'll get us points. So let's see here. I like the 3 because we could do 1, 2, 3. And then we get an extra space, so we can go up here. And that gives us another 1 extra space. And I think we go to this one. Okay. All right, well, it's interesting. After the first round, I thought we had a bad start, but the second round, we got a pretty good start. Now, we did get to lose a glory here. And I'm not too worried about these glories because there's no intent on saving these guys. Sorry, guys. All right, let's roll. A 1. We went from 1 to 12 to 1 again. Now, even though we mark off the max that we can for the 1, we will still be able to use that shape. So it's not the end of the world for us, so to speak, right? It's just for sure that's going to be gone as far as being able to get all the max points for that one. So we got 1, 2. We could just go here and get a third. So we could do 1 and then 2, and then we get that third 1. I think we're going to go up here and start working our way across on this side as well, too. Wow. Okay. By the way we've been playing, this should be a 12. No, it's a 4. Okay. 4's not too shabby. Now we got to just be a little cautious. So with the 4, we can go over here because it doesn't have to be, it could be reoriented. Right? Yes. Let me double check. All right, so I took a quick pause to double check. It doesn't say that I can't rotate, right, the shape. I just want to make sure, because if that's not right, then that does make this a different type of tricky. I know one of the things I can't do in this type is go over, because in the other parts with roads, when I'm building roads, I can build kind of overlaying each other. This one I can't. It has to be exact. So just wanting to be sure about those things. So with a 4, with the 3 spaces, trying to see where it would be most advantageous. 1, 2, 3, and I can work this way. So I'll do 1, 2, 3. So that's one of them. And then I get one more. I can do another 4. So I could do 1, 2, 3. So it would have been connect. Oh no, I can't do it that way. Because it has to start from this end over here. So it'd be 1, 2, 3. But I'd be right there. So I like that. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I'm good with that one. All right, so round 5, we lose another glory. Again, not worried about those ones. Okay. Okay, so we got a 5 this time. We got the L shape. Oh. Because it's 3 over here, so we can get close to this one. So we got 1, and then 2, 3, 4 spots, which is this one here. So we did the L shape. And then we have a 2 spacer, so we can cover that if we needed to. Is there a better option on what we go with? We could also do 3 pieces. Oh, we could also do the 5 again right here and go and do the L shape and get 2. I like that. 1, 2, 3 here, and then go down 1. So we get 2 extra shapes. So we're going to go 1 up here. So we get another one. So we got 2 more. We go here, got another one, got 2 more. I could go against these two here and get another dice roll. And it would just be one of that face. But I'm doing pretty well. There's only 2 more left. Feeling pretty confident, even with the low numbers that we rolled earlier. So I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to go here 1 and here 1. And we'll get 1 extra dice roll. Got an 8. That's 4. So from up here, we can go 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right. And now it's round 6. All right. We have this round and 1 more to get to these last 2 spots here. I'm feeling pretty confident here. I'm just double checking, making sure we're not going to miss any as we're going through. Okay. 7. Okay, that's like that Z shape. Let's see. I can also go down on these trackers as well. So this one right here, the 5, we can make that L shape. 1, 2, 3 in here. So that's one of them. And we get an extra 1, which I can get here, and we can win, but we want to win with points here. So we do have 1 by itself, and then we have 1 more from the regular rolls. I'm trying to see here. Is there anybody else? Let's start saving some fellers. So this guy's saved. This guy is saved. A 1 by itself. I'm just trying to look and see where we can get the most points. So we'll do the 1 by itself right here. And we still have the other from the dice roll here. And from 7. But if we do this 4, we can lock in all the 4s. And that's 3 down. Or cross, or whichever way works for us. So we'll go 1, 2, 3. So that one will be taken care of there. Okay. So this is the last round. And we're going to have to block another glory. Let's just go ahead and block this one. Okay. Now it's all about getting all those points, because we also want to win with good points. All right, so we got a 10. So we can do anything 10 or lower, which means we for sure got our last one here. But like I mentioned earlier, we want to also get as many points as we can. Oh, I see what I could do. Okay, so this shape right over here from the 3, I could do 1, 2, 3. And then I could do, for my second, I can get this one here. And that gives me 1, and that'll get me over here. Okay. So let's go ahead and start counting up. So obviously we got all 12 because we needed that to be able to accomplish. How many guys did we end up saving? We got 1, 2, 3. Hold on. I counted it in a different way. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We only saved 3? Okay. So we don't even get any points for only saving 3. But we do get the glory points for these guys. So we got, let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then from here we got 5 plus 4, that's 9, plus 1, that's 10. So we got 10 points there. And then we didn't step on any swords. I just want to double check. Yeah, I got the right guys. I should have seen how many I needed to save, and I guess maybe I could have done a little bit better at those guys. So we got 30 points at the top. Here we got 12. We got quite a few points actually on this side. So we got 12 plus 10, so that's 22. That's 33. That's 53. So we got the 20 points for having won this this mission. So that's 83. 83. Now, don't worry about how many it's out of, because that's generally against other players. So for our part 6, we accomplished it on our very first try, and we were able to get 83 points on the doorstep. Finally, the travelers have reached the lonely mountain. In a brief encounter, Smog is enraged and bursts out of the mountain to lay siege upon Lake Town, leaving his glittering treasure unguarded. There are a couple different rules that are going to be applied to this particular mission, and as we go through this, we'll kind of talk a little bit more about it. So the biggest thing to note here for part 7 is for the solo mode, we only get 9 rounds, and then we also get to use the bread movement, which is a special ability in this round. Each time we draw a path, not just once per round. And again, I'll explain that as we go along. So our objective here is the adventure ends immediately when a player has entered all 13 spaces that show a green gem, which are going to be over here on the right-hand side. So we're going to go ahead and get started. We're actually going to be here at the very bottom with all of these little barrels here for us. And one other quick thing to note is if we beat the mission, which is obviously our goal, we're going to get 20 points for solo mode. And so we're going to count up everything total plus add that 20 for it. So with only 9 rounds, we're going to start off over here on the left tracker with round 1. We're going to use the black die, but not just yet. And we have 2 ways we can go on our path. We can actually go up over here to, I believe this is called Lake something. I just forgot the name of it. Lake Town. Or we can go on the river over here to the other end over here. Irregardless, in this first region, we need to get this key. So we have to go in either direction to go ahead and unlock the next region. And yeah, we got a lot of work to do here to be able to accomplish this. Let's go ahead and roll the dice and see what we get started with. So we're going to have the left, and then we have the middle, and then the right. Tried to get it as close as possible to the one that was supposed to be in the middle. All right, so we have a choice. Now, if we go up here, I did a little bit of counting earlier. If we go up into the lake town versus going down the river, this is going to take a few more spots to go through, but we do get the chance to pick up some bread. And remember, bread gives us an extra movement. And the way this special ability works is that movement has to be connected to the most recent route that we build. So we can't use it on anything prior built. It has to be in that same turn. But again, we get it as many times as we want in our round, but it has to be once per road built. And I think that's the biggest takeaway for us at the moment. So I'm looking at these. I know we're going to have to go to the right over here. If we have to cross through the camp, we have to give up 2 bread tokens, which obviously will slow us down on getting to use our special ability here, but it'll also cut down on the amount of time. We do have a bread token here, and we have a double hat, which is really good. We have a couple different options here with the double hat. There are some additional options here in the next region, which we cannot technically use until we get into that region. But one thing to keep in mind is we can toggle onto the first hat and build into it. We just can't use it until we're in that region. Otherwise, it's wasted. All right. So for us, I actually want to use our double hat first and foremost. Let's go ahead and do these 2 here to get a double line. And we're going to start over here at the bottom. And we're going to go up in this section here. So that's going to be 2 bread for us. So we're going to do that. And I can use one of my breads to then draw an additional path if I want to, which will get me bread back. So we're going to go ahead and use that ability. So I technically spend a bread and then I get a bread. Just doing it for, the video here. Otherwise, I'd remember that I just used one. So we got that taken care of here. Now we have the right angle here, and we can start moving. And I like the idea of kind of skipping this campfire if we needed to. So we're going to go ahead and use this option here. So we're going to make an L, a right corner shape here, L, and then we're going to go across. So we get 2 more bread. And then I'm going to use one of my breads to use my special ability to go across 1 more. Okay, so next up here, we can use 2 lines. If we go 1, 2, and I use a bread, and we get to do 1 more line. Okay, we got pretty far. I think we got some good options there that we had, and then we took the best ones that we saw. So that was going to be the end of round 1. So now we're moving on to round 2. There's a some fighting we had to do with Smog later in, and I'll explain that as we get to it. So let's go ahead and roll the dice. So we got the middle, or sorry, left, middle, and then to the right. Okay. Ooh, we got some good dice here. Okay, so obviously from these two options here, we're just gonna choose the double bread. There's no reason to go with the single. And then we do need to start going down. Ooh, okay. Because we have the triple line here. I'm dropping my pen. So we have the triple line, but we can't go that far down here. So that actually might not even be useful for us unless we want to take this and go all the way up here, get a 3-pointer, which we don't really need to go for, but we do get those extra breads and we don't have to give up that 2-line or the 3 lines because I don't want to almost give it up. But our problem also becomes how do I get us down here? Because if I use this one for the plus, I know I can use a bread. So we'll do the plus right over here. And then I'm going to spend a bread and I get to go one more line. And again, that line has to be connected with the line we just created. So that works there. Let's see. I'm trying to see what else we had options for. Okay. So my two options here are I could take the double line and just go across here and start working my way down over to the boat, which we need to get to unlock the next region. And by the way, if I do this, I can also give up a bread and then draw another line so I can start aiming downward. Or I can take this 3-line and I can get 2 more bread plus a 3-pointer. And I'm just trying to see if that's going to be the better option. I like the idea of more bread so we can move more. And I won't want to use a bread for my bread movement because it has to be within this section over here, which won't make any more sense. I think I'm going to play this direction. So we're going to have our first line is crossing back from where we were before. So we go 1, 2. So we do get the victory points there, or the glory points, I should say. And we get 2 more bread. All right. So now we're in round 3. Now we do have to block off a glory. And I think we're going to go ahead and block off the one with Bilbo because I don't think we're going to get there in time. Okay, so let's go ahead and roll our dice again. I'm really hoping we can get into the next region here before the end of this round. Okay, so we got left, middle, to the right. Not a lot of movement. Okay, so obviously the middle one is a bread. And I do want to almost guarantee to take it, but we do have the cube over here where we can take and start building for a free plus. And I say free, but it's still going to cost us. Let's see what we have. We have a T. So we can do a line and then a T to start going down, and then I can give up a bread. But okay, let's see. Actually, you know what? I'm going to use this T intersection over here. So it's going to kind of overlap, go to the right, give up a bread, and then I get to go one more direction this way. I'm going to hold off on that bread just for now. And now, if I use this one, I get to have the line, and then the T intersection is going to be over here. And I give up a bread, and I get to go to the right. Okay, so we're making our way downtown, walking fast. So we're definitely not going to get it there in time by the end of this round, which is fine. There's no requirement to do it. I'm just worried that we're taking our sweet time here. I think I will go ahead and just get a bread for now, and then hopefully that'll benefit us later. So now we're going to go to round 4. Okay, oops. Left, right, or sorry, left, middle, and then to the right. Swords don't really do much for us. They do give us some victory points. Just having at least one gives us 5, but obviously a 3 lines is going to be way more valuable for us right now. And I think we're going to actually go ahead and use that one for the right-hand side because we do have to cross over here. So for us, using this one, we're going to get to go, so that's 1, 2, 3. And we do get to get here before the end of the next round, which would block these glories. So we actually get both. I'm just going to kind of hover over both of them. Now, because this next region is unlocked, I'm going to use a bread. Ooh, hold on. So here's my problem. If I use the bread to go up 1, because it has to be with this line, I'm going to be facing this camp versus just using this bread now that I can actually go in this direction. So I think I'm going to do that. I'm not going to use a bread with this 3-liner. Let's see here. We got these 2 options here. So I'm trying to see how can we best move around this map here. Okay, so I think I have an idea here. Line. Because yeah, so this says it has to be an extra straight line on that path. So what I'm thinking is if I take the Z shape, I'm just going to do a quick draw out. So if I take the Z shape, I would go this direction, and then I get to draw a straight line here. And I do like that. So I think that's what I'm going to take. So I'm going to take the Z shape. So we're going to do our first and then our second L's. So right over here, that's the Z shape. And then I spend a token, and I get to go a straight line this direction right over here. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good. We're going to take the 2 lines here, and we're going to go 1, 2. And I'm trying to figure this out right here. So this says, after drawing a path, you may return one of your bread tokens along to draw an extra straight line path section connected to it or overlapping it. You may use this only once per turn, but again, we get to use it every time we draw. The way I'm interpreting that is I can still spend, and it's a straight line going this direction, which means I just can't do like L shapes or like T intersections. So I'm at least getting to start heading into the direction to go into the mountain. And I think that's the path we're going to take. So we're going to go to round 5, and there's no more glories to block. So we're good there. Also, too, if that was incorrect earlier, let me know in the comments. I'll be happy to fix that for the future. Okay, so now anytime we go over the black die icon, we roll them, and then we get to give the numbers, if we wanted to either Bilbo or Smog, and then we get to have the difference as victory points. And then there's extra stuff over here on the left side that we get to do. Okay, we got left, middle, right. Okay. Double bread, so we do get to take that one because it's the middle, so it's an automatic. So we're going to do that one. Now, these are kind of narrow pathways, so it looks like we have to go straight, which makes that very difficult for this one because there's not much else we can do from that. Because I guess we could go to the right. Or do a right turn, I mean. That's not really going to help, is it? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and take this T intersection here. So I'm going to do this one here. Then I'm going to roll the black die. So the first roll is a 9. And then I'm going to go ahead and give that one to me because the 9's pretty solid. And then I think I could give both to me if I really wanted to. And I also don't have to give a score. But in order to get it points, and I don't think it said anything about having to fill up both. I can kind of go down the row if I wanted to. And so I'm like, if I do this, that's a 4-pointer right here. And I'm not focused on this, but I just have them. So I might as well go here. So this is 4 points here for us. Okay. And now we have the... Oh, real quick, before I forget, because I just rolled over that. With this, I'm going to go ahead and give up a bread. And I am going to take that extra step forward. And then here, these are going to do the same thing, I think. No. So this is what I'm thinking. So if I take the long L, if I go 1 and then 2, I can go up. I just can't go any further. And then I am going to spend a bread token, and I get to fill in all the way across here. I think that's where we're going to go. Got myself marked. Okay, so we're going to be in round 6. We only got a couple more rounds to go, and we got to cover up all of those green gems. We're going to make it. We'll find out. Stay tuned after these commercial breaks. I'm just kidding. There's no commercial break. At least not yet. All right. Got left, middle, and then to the right. Ooh, okay. So there's a double bread option here. We got this L shape, which we're going to have to definitely take because, and by L shape, I mean L with an extra spot to go down. So that's going to be here and then go down. We're going to spend a bread and go down one more. And then we do get to roll the black die, and it's only one. That is another 9. So I'm going to just go ahead and give that to me. Okay. So we took this one here. Oh, that double bread looks good. Maybe I'm just hungry. That's why. These are some interesting options for us. The sword's not going to be worth it for us at this point. I'm thinking we only have one extra bread left, so that double bread would come in handy later. Because it's either I get one line here or the double bread. I'm going to do the double bread. You know what? We'll find out if it's a mistake later. So, hold on. I might undo because hold on. Let me not do that yet. Because if I do that, this one, at the best, I can go 1, 2, and then I can go across here. Versus if I take this one-liner and go down, and with the free bread, I can go across, and then I can go 1, 2, 3. I like that. I like that a lot. I'm gonna play with the double bread. I'll go with my original thought. Okay. So with the 2 lines, I do have to start up here. So that's 1, 2 lines, and I'm gonna use my bread, and then I'm gonna do a little plus on this line here, and then let's roll the black die. Ooh, 12. I'm gonna give that one to myself as well. I only have one more spot for me, so hopefully we'll get some good points there. All right, so round 7, there's no more glories to block. All right, let's see how we're gonna do. Left, right, or middle, right. So double bread, and then a hat, a full intersection. We got that T plus a line. Oh, I like that T plus a line because that'll allow us to go here and then go down 1. And then I'm going to give my bread up to go down again. So that was really good. I do have this plus intersection, which I can do down here, which I'm going to go here. I'm going to give up a bread so I can do one more space here. Okay, I'm feeling pretty solid here. So we either could take a double bread or a single hat. And I think we're going to go ahead and do the double bread since we don't have too many more to go to, but I think we're going to be good there. Okay. So round 8. Okay, so left, middle, right. Double hat. Wow. That was a good roll. Okay. So we have this round and one more to go. So we have to be very cautious about some of our decisions. I'm trying to see here. So we got 1, 2, and then go down. 1, 2, and then 1, 2, and then go across. Just trying to see if there are options here for us and which way we go. So I'm thinking about maybe doing the double line. So we got 1, 2, and then we'll use one of our breads to aim downwards. And then if we use the 3 spotter with an L, it'd be 1, 2, 3. And then we use our last bread to go across here. And we had one more turn to get 1, 2 more of them. Or we also have the double hat, which we can get more bread. Okay, I'm gonna go that route. So we have 2 lines. So we got 1 and 2. And I'm gonna use one of my breads to create this T intersection. Okay. And then this one is a triple line, but the third section is a L. So we got 1, 2, and then we have the L shape here. And then if I go ahead and give up a bread, I can go across from right here. So that's used up here. So our last option here, obviously we're going to take the double hat because even if we wanted to, we can get double bread. Or we can use the hat to do to get one of these, right? One of the last two that we need. My only thought would be if I get the double bread, so long as I can get dice that I can actually roll with, because if I get swords will give me points, but that would be really bad. Ooh. This is one of those moments that obviously when we get to the end, we'll know if we made the right choice or not. But there are consequences for some of these choices here. I think my gut is telling me to take one of the paths over here, cover up one of the gems. And I think I'm going to do that. I think that's going to be the safer bet here for us. So which one can I go with that will be best? Okay, so I'm going to do this one over here. So I create the little T intersection here and then a line here. So we have one more to go and one more round to go. All right, I'm feeling pretty confident. That was from the double hats. All right, so we just need to get one more gem. We got this. Okay, so we got left, middle, and then right. Oh, look at that double sword. That would at least get us 5 points. Let's see here. What's funny is these are individual spaces. That could actually have hurt us really badly if we did not roll this one over here in the middle, which is 2 straight lines and then a right angle. So we got... I'm thinking about maybe picking up some swords just so we can get some extra points. I also like the idea of trying to get this 5-pointer if I can too, which I can. I could do it with this one here. So let's see here. So if I take this one here, it'll be, so the right angle, we got 1 line and then 2 lines, and then we get 2 swords. Oh wait, hold on. Before I do that, because that ends the game. So I don't want to do this just yet because it ends the game immediately and I need to get those extra points, or not need to, I want to. So I'm going to use this little plus over here. Going across and down because I'm going to get that 5 points. And then I'm already going to get 2 swords. Yeah, I guess it's not going to matter. Oh, you know what I can do? I can take one of these and turn it into one of the dice rolls for the black die. So we can hopefully get a low number so we can go against Smog here. 2. And I don't know. I didn't see anything in the rule saying I can't, choose which option here that I want to go against, because obviously a 12 minus 2 is going to be 10. If I was incorrect and I had to go from the leftmost, let me know in the comments, or I'll find out after I go through the editing process here. So, yeah, because that'll get us an additional 10 victory points. Okay, I'm glad I did that. Now I'm going to go ahead and do this here. So I'm going to do that right angle. We're going to go down 2, which gives us those 2 here. And then that's the second line here, which ends the mission here for us. But we do get to complete this. So we complete the mission. Now we get to score up our points. Okay. So we didn't go through any of the campfires, right? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we didn't go through any of them. Had we'd actually get some points. So we got none there. So over here against Smog, we got 14. Nice. Okay. And then next up here, we got the bird, which we didn't get. We got this little other icon down here. Okay, so the top over here, that's going to be 19. Definitely not a lot of points, but still some points. Obviously, we covered up all the gems because we needed to. We have 2 swords, which gives us a 5 points. And then for glories, we got 3, 6, 9. Damn, you fine. And then what else we got? We got our 20-pointer here. So we got 45. That's 54 up here, plus our 20. So that is going to equal out to 93 points for part 7, Fire and Water. Smog attacks Lake Town in a fury rage, but Bard, a brave archer, Exploits a hidden weakness to strike back. Can the people of Lake Town escape the encroaching flames before it's too late? There's a couple big things we want to talk about first. We start off with 5 swords in the beginning of this mission. This is the one that goes all the way to 13 rounds. And I can also use bread each time I draw a path, not just once per turn. This is exciting. It's been a little bit of a journey, right? To get to this part. Now, for us, when I was kind of going over these rules, I did notice that fighting Smog might not be in it for in our cards here for solo mode. I think when we're playing with other players, that will probably be a huge factor in trying to get into that point. So for us, our objective here is to save all the people in town and get them to the evacuation boats over here on the edges of the map. We're going to start over here on the actual bottom right side of the map here, which is different than all the other missions as well. And of course, we have all of our special abilities as well. Okay, so I did write in 2 different 20 pointers over here. It's actually 20/50, just depending on what I end up doing here. So the way this is going to work for the solo mode for part 8 is I gain 20 points at the end of the game by connecting Bard to all the boats, and then gain 50 points for defeating Smog or Smag. I think I say it wrong all the time, but if I could do both, I can get 70 points. Either option, I win the game, right? So if I get everybody to the boats, I win the game, or if I can defeat Smog, I also win. It seems a lot more challenging to win in the solo mode because I only get 13 rounds. And I was doing a little bit of double checking here for me too, because I was like, wait, I don't see how I can even try to win because I only get 13 rounds and I only get to roll this 13 times, so to speak, right? So if I get to, for example, the 9 over here and I can save the house, so like I circle it because when I get there, I circle the house, then anytime the black die rolls a 9, or the first time it rolls a 9, and this hasn't been destroyed yet, but it's been saved, I get to do the attack. It still seems really difficult though. Now, granted, I can manipulate the die with my sword, right? So if it's a 5, I can jump it to a 6 if I needed it to have that happen. Man, so challenging. My main objective is to save everybody in the boats. My secondary would be to defeat the dragon Smog. And that's how we're going to play. Okay, let's go ahead and get started here. And I'll explain anything else as we go along. And if I get anything wrong, please let me know in the comments, unless Editing Dennis caught it as well. So we're going to go ahead and roll. Okay, so we got left, middle, and then the right. So the 2 rolled. And I can change the number again if I needed to, but that is going to... Where's the 2? So the 2's up here. So we're going to block off this 2. And then if 2 rolls again, it gets destroyed. And then a 3rd roll, it'll be taken out from the way I'm seeing it. Okay, so right over here, we can already go and start saving people off the boats. And I do like that. So we're going to take one of these. They're obviously the same shape. So we're going to go from this path down here for the line and then to the right. I only get the glory points if I get both of the boats that are adjacent to each other. So just something to keep in mind. Now, what I can do is if I use this double line, I'll have to start here at the bottom and then I go up. Obviously, the boat's not there yet, but this house is saved. So if a 9 gets rolled, that will now just automatically attack him. And now I'm also thinking for this, would it be better instead of having it as the 2, if I spend a sword to have this go down to 1, so it attacks 1 because it's going to be impossible for me to get over there so quickly, so that if a 1 rolls again, it'll attack him. I guess I'll do that. I'm not seeing any other options there for us. And then we have on the left here, we have a sword and a hat. And I like the idea of the hat, and I'm going to get this house or this boat saved. So it doesn't really matter which one I do. I mean, it can later, but I'm going to do the leftmost hat. I'm going to do the L shape here. So these boats are both saved, and I do get this glory at the end of the game. Okay, and that is everything for round 1. So now we go to round 2. Okay, so I got leftmost, middle, right. Oh, cool, look at that. So that's a 1, so we attack over here. Okay, so now we have to start making some decisions. So we have a double sword in the middle, which we could technically turn into other things. Swords don't give you anything at the end of the game, but being able to manipulate that die might come in handy. I'm not so sure. Yeah, like that's why I don't understand how I can win this in solo mode, because I only get 13 rounds. A quick pause here. Okay, so going back to where we were earlier, when we first rolled the black die last round, we got a 2, and then I manipulated it to be a 1, which then destroyed this house, which then means we got to do the attack when it rolled a 1. So I think it does play that way where this gets affected first, and then any manipulation I do next will essentially have it happen twice, because there's no other way for us to be able to do that. So if I just give up 1 sword here, I would attack this. Well, I'll let him attack this house a second time. So now if a 2 rolls again, this will be, he will get hit with a 2. So I think that's how we're going to have to play. Okay, so we do get 2 swords. And the reason I was kind of debating, I was like, okay, I do need to start manipulating that die since it's going to work that way versus using this. Okay. What else we got? Now I'm like, yeah, maybe I do try go saving some of these houses. Let's see. Double line. And I get a bread, and then bread lets me move up 1 more. So we got 1, 2, and maybe we go upwards. Okay. So we're going to take this 2 lines here. So 1 line here, a second line here. We get a bread. And then I am going to not use that bread right now. I'm going to use this T with a line intersection here. So I got a T. I got a line intersection here. So what I could do is if I spend this bread to go down to the 8, right? Because I can go over my line here, or I can go to the 7. Either way, I will, one of those 2 will, if it rolls, it will automatically attack him versus spending time to take these out. So I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to go 1 more across for giving up my bread for my ability. And then I think that's everything we can do in this round. So this house is saved now. So if a 7 rolls, we get to attack him directly. So now I have to block off a glory, and I think I'm going to block off this one on the left-hand side. Okay, I think I'm picking up on the intent of this because I think at first I was a little bit more confused. So hopefully, if you've been watching, you can see this working out now a little bit better. Okay, so we got left, we got middle, and we got right. I might have been a little off, but I'm only human. Okay, so we have 10. So one of the 10s is over here. So now, if I just use 1 sword to have this go to a 9, since the 9 is already blocked, it'll attack him. Or I can have it go to 11, because I'm kind of working up this direction here, it seems like. That might be better. Or I just get that 9, but 9 might roll later, and that's not going to be great. So let's have this go to 11. And I'll have it attack over here. Okay, so we're done with that. Okay, we got some options here. We can go save this 4 house, which then will attack him directly when a 4 lands, and I like that. I'm just trying to figure out how we can best get there. Or can we get there? Oh, we got a... Oh, dude, we do not have a bread. That sucks. That's not cool. I don't like that at all. This is gonna be a tough one here. Okay, so we can do this T. We can get to the 4. Okay, so this is gonna be the T intersection and then the line. So that's gonna be this one. So the 4 house is now saved, or is it just one time I go there it's saved? Hold on. Yeah, I just had to double check. So that house is now saved. We're good there. And then, I'm trying to see what I can do. I mean, these are essentially the same thing on these 2 sides. So I can block off the 8, which then will attack him if an 8 gets hit. Trying to see if I can get to this 12 pretty quickly, right? So it'd be right angle down. This over here could be starting to save these guys. I'm also trying to figure out, I can get to the 3 in this round too, but I kind of had to give up a little bit on saving these boats right away. Man, these decisions. Oh, man. Okay. I think I like the idea of using this one here. So here's the L shape and then the line. So the 3 is now saved. And then I can do, so if I do the right and then straight, so I saved this boat. So I still need to get the other boat over here at some point. Okay, so we are now in round 4. Okay, so round 4, so got a 9, and we do have that one blocked, so he gets to attack. Well, the house is saved, I should say. So now, if we have it go down to 8, the 8 house will be destroyed, and then the next time it gets an 8, it'll attack him. But we can block off that 8 by hopefully by that point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give up a sword, and I'm going to have this go to 10. So that 10 is now destroyed. So if another 10 rolls, or we can manipulate it to a 10, it'll attack him. Okay, we got the left, middle, and to the right. Ooh, a double hat. Okay, that's good. All right. So the double hat can give us some swords, some bread. We can also just automatically attack one of his spots over here. And I'm wondering what's going to be the best move. Because on this 12-sided die, all spots have the same odds. There is a number 13. So the way that works is we can give up a sword from a 12 to go to a 13, and that's just an automatic attack. So I'm not too worried about being able to do that. I'm wondering, I think I'm going to save that double hat for now on this option and use it for something else. I have some lines I can use. I don't have any bread. Because, yeah, I want to also save that 8. Let's see. And try to get to the 12. There's so many things I'm trying to do all at the same time. This is the life of a hero, man. This is crazy. Okay, so I'm going to have this line and then go up here. So I save this boat. I get the glory. I'm not too worried about that, though, or aiming for it, but I think it was just a good move. And then next, I'm wondering if I should just go from here. So that's 1, 2 versus 1, 2. But I get a bread on the way. I like the idea of getting a bread on the way. Actually, before I do anything like that, let me do the double hat. And I think the double hat I'll do 1, 2, or 1, 2. And oof. I do not like these choices. I do not like them at all. Can I get to that 12 instead of the 8? I guess that's going to be my potential here. Okay, so let's go right corner and then go down for this. And then the double hat, I'm going to take this option here, and I'm going to do L shape and then a line, so that way the 12 is now saved. So if a 12 rolls, we attack him, and then I could give it a +1 with my swords, so that way I can also attack the 13. I think that's going to be the best moves for us. Okay. So really quick pause here. If you are enjoying this playthrough, make sure you hit that like button on this video. It really does help us out. And then also make sure you're subscribed so you can get notifications when new videos do come out. So now next up is round 5. The bread or the glory over here is out. It's okay. Whoop. Throwing my dice everywhere. Okay, let's go ahead and roll this. So it gets a 5. Oh, on left, middle, right. So he attacks the 5. Where's the 5 at? It's over here. And so that's going to get hit. Now, if we have it go down to 4, since our house here is saved, Where's the 4? It'll attack him over here. Okay. We're going to do that. So we got this one in the middle here, which is 2 straight lines and then a right angle. And that's really good because it could do a couple different things. We can move pretty far. A double sword would be really handy. We're running out of swords here, but that Z shape is also good. We got also a single hat and then a T intersection. I'm wondering if we should just save the 8 with the T intersection now. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. So that's going to be over here. So the 8 is saved. And then I want more swords, but I think I'm getting real nervous here about our movement. So let me see here. That's not reaching down enough. The Z shape kind of throws me off sometimes. And I'm just trying to see, is there a way I can kind of start working down here so I can get my road moving along. Plus I got to try to save these guys down here. So if I go Z here, so there's a right corner and then the second right corner. So this boat is not connected, but at least I have going this way. So this most likely will be what I end up doing here. But it's mostly so that way, can I do, let's see, 1, 2, or go right? Man, let's see, 1, 1, 2, I can go up this direction. So if I can get that 6, or I can get the 11, save it from 1 extra turn being hit. But I don't care about those as much. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this one up here at the very top. So here's that right angle. And then I have 1 space and 2 spaces because I got to kind of get these at the same time here. Okay. All right. Round 6. Oh boy. This is a really tough mission. Lots of different choices I got to make. Okay, left, middle, and then to the right. All right. Hey, the 8 rolled. And since we did save it last round, we get to attack. Okay. Good call. Okay. So you do have that T intersection, and we have the plus intersection, the 4 intersections. So I'm trying to figure out, is one better than the other in a different spot? Not really. Okay. So this one here, I'm going to do the plus over here, so we save this boat. And then here, I could finish saving this boat, get the 3 extra points, or I can use that over here. You know what? I'm going to save this boat because I got to do it anyways. Might as well get the extra points here. And then, I had to also manipulate the dice. All right. I don't know if I have to, but obviously doing so will get us some points or get us closer to attacking. So if I lower this by 1, I attack the 7 because the 7's already been saved. There's that. I'll bring it down here actually. Now I have 2 lines or 2 swords. If I have 2 lines, I can start going across over here, which I need to do anyways. So let's do that. 1, 2 across over here. Okay. Now we're going around 7. There are no more glories to block. The one up here at the top right is a square, so it's not a glory. Okay, so we have 11. So 11 is going to get hit, which unfortunately we're so close to saving it. And then I can manipulate this to a 10. And then we're going to go ahead and have that 10 attacked. Okay. So we got left. These are close. Right. Or middle and then to the right. You're really close. Okay. Now the Z shape would actually come in pretty good hand right over here. I like that. It can also come down here. Because if we could save that 6, that would be really nice. So let's see here. So the Z would be up here. And then we got 1. Yeah, we can save the 6 right now. Okay. So we're going to use the Z shape here. And then this one here, we're going to go one line and then to the right. So 6 is saved. And then we have 2 lines and a hat, which I think we're going to have to go with the 2 lines right now. So we got 1 and then 2 because we're going to need to go to that boat over there. Okay. And then I think that's everything we could do on that round. So we got round 8. By the way, I have no more swords, I just realized, so I don't know how great that's going to be. Okay, that is a 6. We just saved the 6. I can't manipulate the die, which really unfortunate at this moment. So we got left, middle, and then to the right. So I might need to start getting some more swords now. And then let's see here. We got 3 lines, but here at the max, I can only go 2 spaces, so that's not great. I can go up and save the 5 house, which I think I might just do now. So let's go 1, 2, 3. So this is saved. So 5 gets rolled at any point. Then we will save it. Or I could even get a sword and then manipulate it. Yeah, because it doesn't say I can't do that after. Or I can keep this line. No, that would equal the same. So let's go ahead and take a sword. So I take a sword, and then I'm going to spend that sword, drop this down to a 5. And then I'm going to hit him on the 5. So there's that. So these are used up. And then I can either take a bread, turn it into a sword, or take a bread so I can do 1 additional movement next round, or I could just go my 1 movement right now. So what I'm seeing here is I can just go down on this one, or to the left on this one more, or up here 1 more. And this might be at a loss over here. So I'm actually going to go down this way and stay down here with this line, because if next turn I can maybe hit this bread, that bread will give me an extra movement. And so that's kind of the way I'm going to play it. All right, so 9, block of glory, but I, again, don't have any more to block, so we're good there. Okay. So we rolled a 7. Got left, center, and then right. So the 7 already has been hit, so nothing else happens there for that one. But if I can manipulate it, which I will, because I have a sword here. So I'll take the sword. Actually, there's no point to manipulate, because I can only do 1 unless I can get another sword. Because 1 sword can only manipulate it 1 time. Let me keep it up here. And I'd need to at least manipulate it, wow, actually quite a few times to go in either direction. So this might be a big L for the attack this round. Okay. So let's see. We got a Z shape and another Z shape. Let's see here. Okay, so we're going to have the Z shape over here, which is perfect. So we have up here and to the right. So we save this boat and we get a bread. And then I'm thinking if I want to use that bread to just draw another line, but I might not need it. I won't need it right now. Okay, so I'm going to take this shape up here, and we're going to go a straight line and then to the right. So both of these boats are now saved. So all we got to do is save 2 more boats before the round 13. But obviously, if we can do some attacking, I might even want to still attack him. Okay, so just double checking if there's anything else. If I wanted to use the bread, I can use the bread to go straight forward, but I think we're going to wait on that. So we're going to be now in round 10. Okay, that was a corner. I'm going to re-roll it. Okay, so I got left, middle, right. Okay, so we rolled an 8, which is already covered. And yeah, we need a lot of dice or a lot of swords to manipulate it one way or another. Oh, that's not great. All right, so we obviously just get the bread automatically for this one. Oh, man. Let's see. So 2 lines would be 1, 2, and then we could do a T, get 2 swords. And then we could maybe manipulate that dice here. Let's see, just double checking. Yeah, this. So we're going to do that. We're going to take these 2 lines. So we have to overlap 1 line already, second line. And then you know what? I'm going to go ahead and use a bread and do, actually, you know what? No. I'm going to hold that bread for a second. So I'm going to use this T intersection here. So we're going to go T intersection. I get 2 swords. And then now I'm going to use a bread so I can go 1 forward. Okay. So now I do have 2 swords. Can I go in either direction to do an attack? So 8, 9, 10, that's not going to work. 8, 7, 6, that's also not going to work. So that's a little bit of a bust there for attacking. So now we go to round 11, block off any glories, which we, again, are maxed out on. Okay, we got left, middle, right. Okay, so we have a 6 on the die, which has been already attacked. All right, let's see what we got here. We got a double sword, so that might come in handy. We also got a hat. It's a single hat, though, so that's not as great. Okay, so I do see that we can use this 2 lines to go ahead and go 1, 2, and we save this boat. So all we got to do in 2 more rounds is save this last boat. So I'm kind of thinking, can we try to attack as much as possible? So we're going to get 2 swords for this one. And then we have a single hat. And I think I might try to get some swords with that single hat. So I'm going to just cover up one of the hat squares over here on the left. And so now that we're at 6, I can take 3 of them and go down to a 3, which seems like a lot to be able to do 1 attack, but I think I'm going to do it. So we're going to take this from a 6 to a 3, and we attack the 3. Okay. And now we're going to go to round 12. And let's see if we can get some more of those locked, because even if we don't defeat him in that regard, we still get a bunch of points. And I'm pretty confident that in the next 2 rounds we can get to this boat. Okay, so left, middle, right. Okay. Ooh, a 9 again. Such high, or like such a middle of the road number that I can't really go in one direction or another easily. Okay, so we have a single line. So I'm trying to think, we can do across here, and then next round we would just need an L shape, which we could do with a hat, and we could turn any dice into a hat. So this would just guarantee us. So we got 1. I can also spend a bread. You know what? I'm going to just do it. I'm going to spend a bread, and I'm going to do a second line here. So just in case I need to do a straight line, either way. Okay, so we know we're going to be able to save everybody off the boats. The question now is, can we do more attacks? So we got 9. This would make it to a 10, and we need just 1 more sword to get to 11. So I'm going to take this as a sword, and I think I'm just going to automatically spend these 2 to turn this into an 11. So we get to attack that one. And now we can either do a hat or a line, which again, we're fine with. So we're going to take this hat, cover this up, and we get 2 swords. So we will go ahead and hopefully be able to manipulate and do more attacks on that. All right. We're in the final round. We're in the end game now. All right. Let's roll this. So we got left, middle, right. Okay, so we rolled a 3, which was already attacked, but that's going to be better to be able to manipulate. So we're going to spend 1 to have this go down to a 2. And we're going to go ahead and block that off. Okay. Let's see. What else can we do? So we do miss out on attacking twice, but that's fine. So this plus sign will win us the game, but I'm trying to figure out what else can we do? What else can we do? No extra bread gives us anything. And I'm double checking, making sure I actually did get to all of the boats properly. Yes, we did. Okay. I think then there's not much else that we can do that would earn us more. Well, I guess, hold on. If we can get to the bird, we actually do get more points. Hold on. So if I take the double bread, I can also move an additional spot. So it would be, it has to be after. How do I do this? Or I could take a bread or any dice and turn it into a hat, turn that into a line. So it'd be 1 line, 2, and then I could do that. Okay. So I'm going to take this 2 bread, doesn't matter, turn it into a hat, and then turn that hat into a line, which will be right over here. I'm going to take this 1 line plus a T intersection. So it's 1 line and then that's not enough. Never mind. Because I also don't have the bread for it. All right, I tried to get there, but there's no other way for me to do it because I need to use this for this T intersection right over here to save all of the villagers. It's close. That's close on that one. Okay, so let's go ahead and score up everything here. Let me kind of move this around a little bit. So it says how many houses that we saved, I believe. Hold on, let me double check my points here. Okay, so this one is how many houses how many houses was I able to save? And we saved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 houses. So that's going to be 20 points. Glory points, we got 3, 6, 9. Damn, we fine. Okay, we did not get to the bird. Oh, so sad. So the top line is going to be 29. And then next up, how many attacks did we get to do? We did all but 2, it looks like. Just double checking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep. So that's going to be a 40 points. And then for all the boats, we did save all of them. So that's going to be 50. And then we won the mission. And then we did gain 20 points at the end of the game by connecting all of the boats. So that's going to be another 20 on that one there. But we miss out on the 50 because that's defeating. So let's see here. So that's 29 up there. I got 40 plus 50, so that's 90 over here. And then down here, we got another 40 points for our solo mode. Okay, so 29, 90, and 40. That's 159? I think so. Hold on. So 90, so 130, 40, 59. Yep. So 159 points in solo mode for part 8. And we accomplished the mission. We accomplished all 8 parts in this solo series. That's very exciting. Thank you so much for joining us on this playthrough series of the Hobbit There and Back solo mode. Now, if you're anything like me and really enjoy just watching people play through a ton of games, don't worry, we got more for you right over here. I'm going to post my next video series here for you to continue to keep on watching.